Hello and welcome. I'm Mercy, the head game master here at the Be Monsters, and we're back with another episode in the Kingdom of Rin. It's been a little while since we were together, so I'm really excited to get back at our virtual table and get back into things. Last time, as a reminder, we had some fantastic role-playing scenes. I really enjoyed that session. As a recap, we had a couple of major role-play scenes, the first of which was Alondite, our Oathbreaker Knight Paladin, multi-class, had a fantastic scene at the Church of Banah where he had a lot of dialogue with Ambrose, the head priest there, and they talked about the breaking of Alondite's oath and what he might potentially do to redeem himself in the eyes of his god, and it was really cool. Highly recommend going back and watching that episode when it gets uploaded if you haven't seen it yet. One of our other major points was everybody's favorite magic shopkeeper, Minna Noctigal, snuck into Scath-Bais's family house for a second time after being told not to do so in order to deliver a package to Rubato unbeknownst to everybody else. He woke up while she was in his room and he attempted to attack her, at which point she used some sort of magic on him to stop him from doing so. And then she made him turn around as she escaped from the scene. The next morning, Scath-Bais went to her guild to talk with her guild leader about some of the goings on, both to warn him about maybe or maybe not aligning with this Minna person. When they showed up to do that, they met up with Brian, I think, right? Is what we ended up going with. When they got into his office, there was a dead body in his office, which obviously was raised some questions. And it turned out that another group of rogues seemed to be encroaching on their guild's base in Capstone. After further investigation with Angela, the magic shopkeeper, they learned that that organization calls themselves the Shadow Covenant. The leader of Scath-Bais's guild seems to be concerned about their presence there and their guild's ability to defend themselves from the Shadow Covenant. But for now, that is all they know, and there's some more information to be gathered. We ended the session with the party talking about their upcoming planned adventure to go north of Capstone to strike out to try to find Baheer's brother and potentially build some political connections with the elves in the Winter Woods to the north of Capstone. At which point, Drew spoke up and offered to spend the money that he has apparently been hoarding to buy I keep wanting to say wagon, but it's more than a wagon.
Carriage.
Thank you. To buy a carriage for the party to travel in. That is where we left off. Our player characters are at the Fool and Flask Tavern. They've just finished kind of working out the details of their carriage and their travel. And that's where we'll be picking up. To kind of help us get into character, I'm going to roll the prayer and then we'll hand it off to our players. If you're not familiar with this is a prayer to Banah, the Peacebringer, that would be said in world by people all throughout the kingdom at mealtime, bedtime, and that sort of thing. Thank you so much for being here. We hope you enjoy the show. Let's get into it.
The peace was lasting, long and true, from mountains to the ocean's blue. Man and elf and dwarf and gnome lived together, hearth and home. The cities grew, then kingdom came, the wise and true. Long may he reign. From cult to church, the truth was spread. The heretics were filled with dread. First they lied, and then they stole. The peace we had, no longer whole. They sought to kill and undermine, but truth was found before the time. We banished them, all but a few, then built ourselves a kingdom new, no longer marked by war and sin. Banah did give his grace to men. No gods, nor fiends, not great nor small, can penetrate his peaceful wall. From mountains to the ocean's blue, This peace will last us long and true.
All right, we are back into it. We're joined by Amras playing Alondite, Mr. Team Rocket playing Baheer. Unfortunately, Druge was not able to make today's session, so Dr. Huge Time playing Druge is not here with us today. But we do thankfully have also CPO Mendez as Rubato, and of course the wonderful Pixie as Bosch. So welcome in everybody, and yeah, you are at the Full and Flask. I don't think you had left yet, but correct me if I'm wrong. Finishing up the last of your drinks, and yeah, contemplating your plans for this upcoming journey. Oh, weird. My Discord apparently didn't unmute when I hit the mute button. It's not running itself as administrator. Awesome. Well, think about what you want to do really quick. I'm going to reboot my Discord.
We'll get the rations sorted, but before we go, I've got 2 stops to make. Awesome. I have to visit 2 particular shops and get my rations and touch base with.
I have to go talk to my. We were bringing one of them, weren't we?
Were we bringing your valors?
No,
I thought we weren't.
I think we were bringing one.
Were we?
Yes,
That's
you guys had your plan was to leave Eyeless at the build site and bring Zara along with you.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. So I gotta go find Zara.
Would any of you happen to know where a good potion supplier would be? I think we need to get a good connection going for if anything was to happen to Druge, that we have someone that can assist in healing. Since
We have someone. I don't know if you would like to go to their shop, but we do have someone that me and Rubato can go talk to.
Yeah, it might be a good idea for you to.
I would avoid going there yourself because you might not see eye to eye with the lady.
I think we should get connected with all forms of people that we interact with.
Well,
we're connected with her. I really, Alondite, trust me. I've known you since we were kids. You're not going to want to go to this shop. It will probably anger.
I'm staying out of this one.
Also, if you try things there to deal with what you don't like, you might be on the bad end of a spell.
I trust your judgment.
Thank you.
Begrudgingly.
It would literally be a bull in a china shop, my friend, that you would, things would
never lie to me about anything, and you would always be honest.
You do not want to go here.
Or deceitful to me.
No. You just don't.
Never.
Trust me, you don't want to go here.
Or push me away from any other matters.
I won't. This is not a good idea. Trust me.
Never, not once.
Us push you away from other matters. What?
I'll go get the rations and things then.
Yes, let you. Yeah, you can handle the rations. We can handle the magic things.
You don't happen to have a couple extra gold pieces on you to, refund the stained tent?
How much do you need?
That loud while looking up to the sky.
Alondite, how much do you need? How much did it cost you?
It was like 10 gold, wasn't it? Right on that? Like 15 gold even? Like, whoo. This is some pricey stuff.
He calls it an orc burrito, tortilla, potato, potato.
I say, okay, what is goods and services? $10 gold.
All right, I give him 10 of my remaining 45 gold.
Okay.
535.
I don't want to take 10 from you.
No.
Sure, it wasn't just solely your idea.
Well, you're my friend, and I feel bad that your tent was used for this. So just here, take my gold.
As Alondite's legal counsel, I think he needs 5 extra gold for damages to his
Baheer,
his emotional state.
I will throw mud at you the first chance I get.
Immediately,
No thanks.
since you're going to go get rations, here's 5 extra gold for some party rations. Get us on. Make
There
sure
we
we're
go.
all covered.
All right, and then there it is.
Case closed.
Loan of, 15? I'll get us everything we need. Okay.
How about I come with you, Alondite? I haven't had very good experiences in the shop lately.
You want to come with me? I don't think I've had good experiences either.
He's upset the shopkeeper several times. You just take him with me.
Me, I haven't done anything. She makes me dance all the time.
It's quite amusing, really.
It has that effect on
Come
people.
along with me too. But I don't think the quartermaster likes me too much.
Angela only actually made you dance once.
And has threatened it ever since.
You did it 3 times because you wanted to. Don't lie.
We'll meet at the northern gates
Yes.
or western gates.
Well, we're going north, right?
Northern Gate.
So
All right.
west gates.
Oh
West
my
gates
God.
will see you.
No.
What? No, the
West to go
northern.
north or north to
We
go
want
west?
to go to the northern gates.
Rubato, let's go. Stop trolling Alondite.
We'll see you at the northern gates.
So as you guys are sitting here kind of like working out some of your details and whatnot, you see Theodore, your recently hired castellan, comes in through the tavern doors, kind of like looking distraught and kind of like looking around, and then sees you guys and starts heading your way.
This doesn't look good.
Should we just go?
No.
Look away. Maybe he hasn't noticed.
Let's just leave. I don't want to deal with this.
We're waiting. Alondite, I don't like the look of this.
We're sticking around for this? Yeah, no, let's go.
We probably should.
I mean, it's your fort, right?
As terrible as I am about social situations, I could at least pick up cues when people are upset.
We're literally trying to go.
I know. No, we should at least see what's going on, and then we will move along. Call him over.
Isn't that his job to deal with this kind of stuff?
Yeah, I wave over the barmaid to get a couple more rounds.
Okay.
Well,
he makes his
for me,
way
I
over to
think
your
we could
table, and he just kind of like sits down, like elbows on the table, kind of steeples his fingers up over his nose, and like I know that you've trusted me with a lot here, and I'm doing my best. I know that you said that you were talking about leaving tomorrow, but there's no way that I can get a caravan ready in a half of a day. I've been out all day. I haven't eaten or drank yet. I haven't stopped. I've been doing everything I can, but I think I need another day or two to get this worked out.
Do people not want?
Look at everyone.
Do people not want to go?
Is there anything that we could do in the meantime?
Well,
Any short
I need
adventures?
to procure wagons. I need to get feed. I need to,
No, not you. I'm not talking to you. You do whatever. I'm talking to everyone here at the table. Forget you. Do whatever you need to do.
Well, Scath-Bais was like, well, do people not want to come?
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's
He's
a
like,
reason.
no. There's just, lady, there's only so many hours in the day. I just met with Alondite and Baheer, at high noon today, and I've been doing everything I can, but I need to.
How far have you gotten?
Well, I found laborers, and I have a wagon procured, but I think that we probably want like a few more to be moving supplies around, and
Are the resources just not here?
Give me the paperwork. Let me see the numbers. I'll sign what I need to. We just get this moving along.
Wait.
We'll find something else to do in the meantime. I'm tired of sitting around.
Is it a lack of resources or a lack of time to get the resources together?
I just need more time. I mean, a day and a half ago, I didn't even have a job yet. And then like 8 hours ago, I found out what I needed to be doing. I'm doing what I can, but a half of a day is a pretty tall order.
I agree with this guy. That sounds like
is tomorrow morning more feasible?
But, no, that's what I just said didn't work.
Tomorrow afternoon?
He overestimated his time. He just needs a day.
Okay.
Give him a day. If we could find something to do for a day.
I have plenty I could do in a day.
I just don't want to be in the city for another day. So if we ourselves can find something to go out and do for a day.
Baheer, why don't you take Alondite for a long jog outside the city walls? But not too far away so you guys don't get destroyed by something.
What about
nothing out there can destroy me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's old capstone. How far out was that?
Sure,
We have
to
some
get to the
unfinished
ruins.
business there.
That it's like a day or two each way.
It's not feasible.
I'd have to pull up the map and but it's a significant.
Well, if he
distance.
procures, then it gives him a day or two to sit back and he can get everything ready and it can stay there, or they can start leaving. We'll be back in time.
Yeah.
And do we need to be here for them to leave?
Very well, let's just do that.
He looks kind of uncomfortable still, despite that like making kind of perfect sense. He's like, well, this may be out of place, but I think I don't think it would look the best if you all, heroes of Capstone as you are, like gives a little bow, if you left town before the funeral services.
That's a fair point. Probably be paying our respects to the commanders that were killed and the thousands of people that died while we were helping them fight.
And then just kind of see Alondite sink back in his chair and just slouch and just wander quietly.
This is the evening of the... Dang it, I always forget to do that in the intro. This is the evening of the 10th day of late spring. So, he says, my understanding is that several of the faiths have organized their funerary rites to be performed on the evening of the 12th. 2 days from now.
2 days from now?
Yeah. Like probably a little under 48 hours from, because it's fairly late at night at this point. I think you were kind of approaching midnight sort of deal when we left off. It was kind of getting into the later parts of the night and whatnot. So probably,
what was the weather?
42 hours ish from now.
The 12th. We've got a lot of time before the 12th.
But if it's a day and a half to get there and a day and a half back, that's barely enough time to.
We should not.
Just walk.
Well, yeah, you would be getting there around the time that the funeral would be taking place.
Yeah, let's just sit tight. I would rather not. As awkward as we should probably take care of stuff in town, get all of our rations together, get all of our stuff together, take our time.
I have threats around town. Like, I'll go talk to the guards, see if there's any threats around town we can deal with within the area, and then.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. We've got 10 days before the 12th.
Are we down?
What?
Sorry, I actually missed that. What did you say, Rubato?
No, we've got 10 days before the 12th.
It takes it a day earlier.
Today's the 10th, Rubato.
No, it's not. Today's the
It
70th.
is. The what?
It's the 70th day of spring.
Rubato, we should let's go do our magic stuff. Come on. Go procure some potions and talk to people, and then I gotta go talk to my guild leader.
Okay.
Theodore kind of like makes a confused face over at Rubato. And he's like, well, the dwarves entered the deep silence a little over a day ago, so that's a 3-day ritual for them. So I would expect their funerary procession to be some around supper time on the 12th. And from what I understand, it's about when the church is looking at doing theirs as well.
That would make sense. I don't know why you'd wait 30 days to bury somebody, so.
We have a different time schedule, Rubato.
Yeah, that's right.
We have a different calendar from you, remember?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Makes more sense.
He's not from around here, Theodore. Apologies for the confusion.
I forget that sometimes.
Just like, that makes sense. Well, yeah, I'm not, I don't know how familiar you are, I suppose, with the Stoneborn faith, but their funerary rite involves a 3-day kind of silence among their community where they do no work except for carving a stone tablet in honor of the deceased within their community. So,
How many people did they lose?
Well, I mean, it's not only dwarves.
They'll be doing it for everybody?
No, but I mean, anybody can worship.
I see.
Freely who they choose.
I understand.
Damgar is the patron of the dwarves, but there are faithful among all of the races here in Capstone.
No, that makes sense. I kind of forgot.
Yeah, so it's not 3 days per person that passed, but when there is passing, there's a 3-day period during which they do no work beyond carving these tablets and mourning, and then they have their funeral procession in silence where they go and lay the tablet in the family crypts. I also have it on good authority that means that Auric will probably be joining us a little bit late as he's taking part in those rituals, and then he has to finish his work on the statue that you saw. So I've worked that out with him. He and his brother are going to organize their own transport. They'll join us at the fort location just a day or two late.
Just gonna write that down. It's a memo and done.
Was there anything else?
Well, it's not all bad news. I have located a handful of people among the peasantry who are interested in accepting the land grants to come move on to our land, your land. Kind of corrects himself briefly. They're getting land grants from the crown to come and assist with construction and development of the land, and then they essentially will get a homestead and a certain amount of farmland. I suppose most of it's forest right now, future farmland deeded to them as compensation for their labor. So nice. I have located 5 individuals that are planning to come and live on our land and start your land and start paying taxes and developing the land and whatnot. So that's good news. And like I said, I have, I did work out a lot of the logistics that we needed. I just need a bit more time.
No, that's fine.
That is good news moving forward instead of backwards.
So and then he kind of starts like counting off on his fingers. He's like, so let's see, the funeral and Auric and peasants. I think that's it for now. I generally find this place a little bit loud for my taste, so I don't tend to organize meetings here at the Fool and Flask, but if you need me over the course of the next couple days, I'll probably be in and around the Timber and Tide like restaurants, and that's where I'll be organizing my meetings with people and whatnot. So if you need to find me between now and then, that's probably where I'll be.
Sure. In the meantime, or one last thing, if you have downtime or you see any people who are not keeping busy while you can't procure some stuff, if you could have them start to clear a path towards the direction of the fort, that would be most helpful. It's close by the work and they can come back. Would make
we'd probably
easier.
have to take on payrolling some extra guards for those people. I'm not sure that's best use of our limited funds at this point.
Well,
probably best
hey,
if we take
I
everyone out there
happen to know, maybe a handful of people right here who aren't doing anything that would do it for free.
After I deal with my issues, yes, I thought. Though I don't know if it's wise to split us up like that in the event there's actually a major incident.
I guess I'm not sure how much construction they could get done, but I suppose you could escort some folks out to start kind of signposting a path at least. You probably couldn't make it all the way there and back in time.
Wagons and travel easier instead of rocks and logs and other harder to traverse, even if it's a corduroy road or something.
Yeah, I can reach out to some of the laborers, and I know there were the fine folks that Drew's recruited as well, and then we have these settlers, so I'm sure we can get some folks to help at least kind of clear some fallen logs and detritus and whatnot out of the way, and like I said, maybe erect a few signs, kind of help direct traffic flow. We certainly won't get the whole way in a day or day and a half's worth of work, but we can make some progress.
Any progress is good progress. No idle labor.
Okay. He's kind of like holds up his mug for a little toast.
To progress.
And he
progress.
Unless anybody else has any discussions they want to have with him, he'll he finishes his drink and then excuses himself. He's like, I'm going to go home and eat and sleep. I'll see you at the at the north gate, I suppose. But actually, that's a good point. So, do you want to try and leave after the funeral, or would you rather leave the next morning?
After the funeral will be fine.
The evening of the 12th?
Funeral's in the evening.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the morning after the evening.
Okay.
The next morning.
The morning of the 13th.
Like to
okay.
Yeah.
And then he looks back over at Rubato and he's like, and for the foreigners, and well, I'm kind of like, looks at Baheer and he's like, well, for this one at least, you seem to understand our dates, Baheer. That would be the morning 3 days from now. Whatever people from where you are would call that.
It's the 73rd Baheer.
All right.
Sure.
I'll write it in your calendar.
Sleep 3 times between now and then, and I'll see you that morning. He gets up and kind of claps you on the shoulder. He's like, good man. And then makes his way out of the tavern.
What if you take a nap, Rubato? Like if you take a nap today and then go to bed and then wake up, will the next morning be?
Don't listen to him, Rubato.
That depends. Would it be morning after the nap?
No.
It could be.
It wouldn't be.
Depends how long your nap is.
Well, when I was out in those woods, I napped quite a bit. There wasn't a lot of else to do.
Mm-hmm. Now we're stuck here for 2 more days.
Okay.
Baheer is clearly a younger sibling because he's a total brat. Reminds me of my sisters.
Well, shall we go shopping, I suppose?
Let's go shopping.
Okay.
Well,
You're clearly the oldest because you're a know-it-all.
it's going to be kind of hard to shop right now. You should probably go to sleep.
Oh, right, it's nighttime.
Oh, it's the evening.
Oh, yeah.
I realized we'd stayed in the bar. I kind of look outside the window and see there's no light.
Oh.
Better.
Before I go to bed, I go to my guild. Still awake.
Okay.
I tip the waitstaff with the 15 gold. 1 gold of the 15 gold.
15 gold.
How to say, oh man.
That's like 5 years worth of wages.
Oh, there's nothing outside.
No, they have 14 usable. And then my stuff that I use.
Yeah, I can move us to the other board. While I'm doing that, what is Scath-Bais doing?
I'm just gonna report what I found out about the guild with the magic stuff.
Okay.
And I'm going to go to the inn and procure a room.
I thought you were just gonna stay with Baheer. I thought that was the plan. You were gonna stay with him so that you don't end up dead.
Oh. Was it?
I thought so. I don't remember.
Here has a room at the inn, right?
Baheer's
Baheer's
ignoring
falling
you.
asleep.
He's ignoring you.
Sorry. What?
You have a room at the inn, right?
Yeah.
I'll split the
It's
cost.
been
with you for the night at
slowly
least.
eating me away. It's like 5 silver. So you're going to take 3 silver?
Yeah, I'll pay 3 silver and bunk with you. Oh no, I have to break a gold.
Leave it up to Baheer to get somebody to split 5 silver as they pay 3 and he pays 2.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, I don't think we necessarily need to move the minis, but I just
we're
wanted to get us
fine.
onto the capstone
We're
board
on.
at least. Yeah. That would be a fun community mapping project. Actually, would be to have somebody, and or you, I guess, but maybe have you oversee the building of your actual guild house.
That would be useful.
You need to make it underground.
Right?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I'm at the door, do my secret door knocky thing.
Okay. There is a little bit of a pause, as you know, and then you like the slide is split open, and somebody peeks out at you and then lets you in.
Took you long enough.
It's just kind of like a grunt number 3 sort of guy, but he's just like, oh, sorry about that. We are Koreans expecting inspection, so we wanted to see who was here.
Oh, an inspection, huh? Anything I can stave off?
Oh, just a little proactive. What better way to not be accused of killing somebody than to have an officer come through and see that everything's shipshape.
Brian's in charge. Right, well, I make my way to his office and knock.
You knock on Brian's office door, and he comes, and like the door opens kind of grandly, and he gives like a little bit of a flourish of a bow or whatever, and then he kind of like scowls and looks up, and he's like, oh, well, hi.
Yes, I know, it's just me.
Oh, don't give me
I heard an inspector's coming.
well, yeah, and you notice like his office is like shining clean, like there's no sign that there was a body on the floor earlier.
You're fast at cleaning up. Can't even find any dust for.
I have practice. Yeah, I just I invited one of the good constables to come and have a chat with me about some nonsense, just so we could have it on record that there's not a body in my office.
Exactly.
So I wasn't sure. I was thinking that maybe, just with how quickly everything's been moving around here, somebody might potentially come by during the evening. But I guess I'll see them tomorrow probably at this point.
True. I step in, wait for the door to close.
Kind of puts his hands on his hips and looks at you. He's like, "Oh, come now. I don't close my own door. You do."
I kick it shut.
Temper. What now?
I have no temper. I flip the coin back to him. I'd gather information with.
Kind of raises an eyebrow at you.
It's called the Shadow Covenant. Apparently they have a habit of stealing magical items and then selling them to the local magic shops.
Well, that's fantastic news. I was just hoping that a new rivalry would develop with a bunch of magically enhanced goons.
The good news is that I am on first name terms with at least 2 of those magic shops. One of them I kind of still want to burn their house down, but the other ones
I was
really...
going to say, earlier today it seemed like Alondite was about to go burn their house
I really
down.
don't like her. That's besides the point.
We don't like a lot of the people that we work with.
The other magic shop wielder person is just as useful and might have a different variety of items that we could probably pay for. Wouldn't it be worth going and checking her out? Another one of those magic wielders that you really, really have to be very careful with, because she's done some scary stuff while we've been in there. She also has walking skeletons that do things and help her with her shop.
I haven't met any of these people yet. You're using a lot of not names here. Let's make sure we're talking about the same person. Which one's the scary one that we don't like, and which one's the scary one that we do like?
Minna is the scary one, who's obnoxious and apparently does her magic naked.
Like, he doesn't say anything, but just like eyebrow raise.
The other scary one is named Angela. She's a lot more amusing, though. Hers is more of a good fun than the other shop. Like, literally, she finds things amusing and actually laughs. She made the rich noble guy with us dance once. That was really entertaining.
He like actually chuckles at that a little bit. He's like, okay, so
they're pretty much right next to each other in the same little magic hallway area.
So Angela's the scary one that we do like, that has weird dead people in her shop and likes to taunt your friends.
Well,
which, to be fair, I like to taunt several of your friends too. But
friend is a loose term for that one, but yes.
And then Minna is the one that you told us that we should work with, and then you told us that we shouldn't work with.
We can still work with her. I just don't like her. But we have to work with people we don't like sometimes.
He gives you kind of like a brotherly. He's like, that's my girl. And kind of like, I don't know, like it does what would be like ruffling your hair if you didn't have a hood on.
Though mark my words, if she does anything to any of my friends, loosely related friend or otherwise, I will probably try to disembowel her.
Just kind of boredly like waves his hand. He's like, yes. Like, look, at this point, if you have magic people that might be friendly towards us, or at least not unfriendly towards us, and there are magic people who are for sure going to be unfriendly towards us, and he makes like a throat slitting motion as he says that, then we should probably not make more magic people unfriendly with us, because that's not really our strong suit.
The jury, honestly, the jury is just out. I just don't like that she randomly showed up in my house twice.
Naked, specifically.
Not here.
I know.
So yeah, like maybe she's just special and doesn't take stuff from people. Feels that she's flaunting something and not doing what I politely asked her to not do. I even offered to work with her. Very polite. And you know it's very difficult for me to be polite with people who anger me.
They're like, yeah, I know, Ska. If there's one thing that I found about magic users outside the church, it's that they have tended to live a life of a lot of judgment and having to do a lot of things that are frowned upon, and they all, well, maybe not all, but most of them seem to have a kind of a similar attitude of the rules not applying to them. That's more of our gig. Flashes you a big smile.
As I don't fully understand how her magic works, my friend Rubato has offered to stay not in my house in the event that it is something specifically with coming to give him things.
Probably a good idea, yeah.
At least the security issues should be dealt with, unless she just still randomly decides to show up in my
I guess we'll find out. I'll make sure to pass a messenger along to your folks too.
Yeah, I don't know if traps are going to work with her. But we can try it.
Like, all right, well, anything else for me, or should I go get my beauty sleep?
I'm heading home. That was all I have to report. I'll go see both of them tomorrow, and I promise I won't slit anyone's throat for getting into my house when I ask them not to. Be very polite. I'll even knock very nicely on her door. Good night.
Good night, Ska. And like as you open the door and go to leave, you see he's standing up, kind of in the middle of the room. And he like looks down and he's like cuffing his boot against like a spot on the floor.
Missed a spot.
Did you miss a spot?
Not anymore.
Good luck with the inspection tomorrow.
Bye.
I head home.
Okay.
Go to bed for the night.
All right.
And then everybody goes to sleep.
Yep. I think unless other people had stuff, but it was
No, I would have just gone to Scath-Bais' house ahead of time and talked with her parents or whatever, just a minor RP stuff, but not worth mentioning.
Not worth mentioning to Scath-Bais that you went to her house.
Do it.
No, I think he means not worth mentioning on stream.
Got it. Okay.
More people showing up in your house without your
just completely oblivious to like what's happening. It's like, hey, what's up?
Rubato sleeps like a cat in bed, stretched out.
Yeah, you show up for your like, your every Tuesday soup date or whatever. How's the family? How are the pigs?
The pigs.
They were tasty.
All right, so it's morning then.
Yeah.
Assuming.
Yes.
Right.
Everybody has an uneventful night. And you wake up.
I have a nightmare, and at this, I wake up screaming, "Naked witches!" And I remember that's what I was supposed to do yesterday, and I was distracted.
Oh.
Sorry, what was it you were oh, yeah. I see.
Whoops.
We've just got to distract them.
6 o'clock in the morning, and they just wake up and scream naked witches.
I go get Rubato, and we go see if he wants to go shopping at the magic item shops.
Okay. Mendez had stepped up really quickly, so is there does somebody else want to take first scene?
Yeah, I can go find Zara.
Okay. We don't need to get too cute with that. Presumably you guys have a prearranged spot where you check in with each other or whatever.
Mhm. Hey Zara, how's it going?
She gives like a big stretch. It's first thing in the morning. She doesn't look like tired or anything, but just like gives a big stretch. Then like kind of turns that into a bow. She's like, "Good morning. What's the plan?"
Well, we're stuck here for a few more days till after the funeral, and then we're gonna all go up and go to the build site, but our group is gonna leave and go farther up north, like as it's getting built. And I was hoping that you would be willing to come along and look after, like we're taking a carriage with an ox. It's like, you'd be able to take care of the ox and drive the carriage type of thing.
I can certainly do my best. I can't say I have a lot of experience with oxen, but I'd be happy to get out of this dump and go do literally anything else. So I'm in.
Okay, good.
And then she kind of thought, she's like, "Wait, funeral service? Like, you haven't like thrown in with these Yahoo's gods, have you?"
Oh no. But I figured I should probably be there, being one of the people who saved the town. So
fair enough, I suppose. Okay. Well, what do you want from me in the meantime? I guess other than a crash course on oxen.
Well, just keep on keeping on, I guess. I don't really got a whole lot for you to do until we get going.
Okay. Well, I guess, silver lining, and then kind of like stops and gets a little smirk and like points at the kind of the golden accents on your armor, or gold lining, I suppose, is if we're here for a few more days, our uniforms that you had commissioned for us might be ready.
That is true. That would be nice.
She's like, "Okay, I'll tell Eyeless to pick those up, and I'll go try and find somebody that can teach me about oxen."
Sounds good.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess I have a few days. That's fine. Do you have any money you can give me to potentially pay for some instruction?
Oh, how would you think a 2-day instruction? That's probably like 2 gold. Yeah, I'll throw you 2 gold.
Okay. She takes it and stuffs it into a little like a little pouch, and kind of starts to like turn to leave, and then like thinks better of it and is like, is there anything else?
Oh no, that's it.
Okay. And then she kind of like turns on her heel quickly and almost kind of not like skips away, but kind of like sachets away, I guess.
Sachet.
Okay. And then I'll head my way to where I think I'll be able to find Alondite to go get ration shopping and prepare for our trip.
Where is Scath-Bais' house?
It's
we honestly we've never actually defined it, but on the map we usually kind of go down there. Like the southwest like housing area in town.
Surprisingly, only about 2 blocks from Minna and Angela's.
Follow the circle.
Yeah, so
Where are you going with
this
that
general
circle?
location.
Keep going that way. Keep going. Keep all the way back there in the corner. Back there. Yeah.
Are you trying to go back there again today?
Well, that's where I was, and I came out, and I'm looking for the naked witch.
Oh, right.
Okay. Are you just like wandering the streets, or like what's your process here?
That's exactly my process. I'm just trying to like, where was I when they said this naked witch? Like, what am I looking for?
do I run into him while I'm looking for him? Or?
Okay. Are you asking around, or are you just kind of wandering yourself?
I'm probably asking around, like, "Hey, have you seen Alondite around?"
Oh, sorry. I guess yes, that too. But I meant
Oh.
I'm also
Alondite.
asking straight up: has anyone seen a naked witch?
Oh my god, he's gonna sound like a crazy
I'm going
person.
Words.
No, I'm not crazy. I'm a person of the church. This is a legit inquiry, and people are gonna follow along with this.
All right. Make a gather information check. I guess both of you, if Baheer's trying to find
Yeah.
Alondite also.
Gather information.
Oh.
Where are my skills? 17.
First guy I talked to.
Plus two,
Oh
19.
yeah, I saw Alondite. He's talking about naked witches running around town. He's right there.
Okay. Both of you go ahead and roll me 1d4 as well.
4.
3.
Okay. It is going to take a good part of the morning for both of you, but Alondite will get there a little bit before Baheer. So yeah, you're going around kind of like essentially just like shouting about naked witches or whatever. And a lot of people are just kind of trying, like doing their best, I guess, to ignore you.
Gilding their children's ears as they walk by.
You see strange occurrences, any chanting, naked women casting spells.
Mommy, what's a naked witch?
I can't seem to find. Oh, that's probably what that mini was. I think that the Hero Forge connection's still being a little weird. Hold on. I think it like unlinked everything. That's fine.
You could spin my head around.
I was trying to find the Town Crier mini, and there was like a ghostly mini, which is the placeholder for like a missing mini that I just deleted a minute ago because I was like, wait, what is this? And then I just realized it was probably the Town Crier. Well, I'll keep fiddling with that in the background, I suppose. You're walking around, and a few people kind of try and take a pot, like a shot at like figuring out who you're talking about or whatever. And then eventually, as you're walking around, kind of questioning people and making a bit of a ruckus, then you run into the crier that you guys have. I don't know if you have specifically, but your party has spoken to a couple of times before. And he's like kind of like, well, I don't know about naked witches, but if you're looking for people of the not so church magical persuasion, then you probably want to come over this way, and like, you know, leads you down a bit of a back alley. That's not actually very far from where you were, but you were just walking the main streets. So it's like, you know, you were probably like a half a building away, but just kind of not in the right space exactly. He's like, I'm not so much for the magically inclined, so I'll leave you here. But kind of turns to go, and then kind of like stops and looks at you expectantly, and he's like, don't forget to tip your crier, and like does a little bit of a bow.
Do they have a name? And then I'll give him like wave point in front of his face.
Like, well, and he just like looks over your shoulder. And he's like, well, that one appears to be called Fortune's End, and that one appears to be
not an obvious name. I need a coven name.
You need a what name?
A coven, an undercover name. They have a witch's coven. Coven.
Coven.
Got it. But you want to join their coven?
No, I wish to expose them.
This is going about as well as I thought it would.
Okay. Well, like I said, I don't really do magic-y things, so I don't know what that is.
All right, then I just flip him a simple 5 silver.
He like sweeps off his hat into a bow and catches the coins in the hat as he's doing it, and then kind of like turns and scuttles away from you. So I mean, yeah, you've found your way to, you know, this alleyway. There are a couple of other shops in this alleyway, probably 2 more beyond the ones that he pointed out to you, and then there's like 1 or 2 folks that have kind of street vendor stands set up.
Right.
This is either gonna go really poorly or really well for Alondite. He's either gonna not find anything, or he's gonna find the one that I talked about, and he's gonna get blown out of her shop.
I'm gonna dismount and just start investigating and looking around for anything that seems out of the ordinary or dark in nature.
This plant looks a little darker than it should be. Witches.
Okay. So they're, I mean, you know, it's like maybe a little seedier looking than some of the shops that are out more on the normal street level, but otherwise it's, you know, there's like one person selling like vegetables and herbs, and one person that has some like minor tools and implements and whatnot, and then the shops, like I said, the one that he indicated is called the Fortune's End, and like one of the other shops looks kind of the sign doesn't have any paint or anything on it, and it looks like it may be abandoned potentially, or not currently occupied, I suppose.
Which one gives me like the sketchiest feeling?
I mean, like, it feels sketchy, but not like, I don't know, not bad, I guess. Like, you're not, you don't feel the urge to like draw your sword, but it's definitely like not the cleaner part of town.
What was the name of the 2?
The Fortune's End is the one that he pointed out. And then, like I said, there's another one that like kind of like a couple doors down, that like the sign hanging off the front of the building is super faded. There's doesn't appear to be any name on that shop.
I start peeking through the windows.
All right, say again.
And I start peeking through the windows to see like any activity.
Okay.
Like pretend like I'm not browse like window shopping, like horribly, obviously not window shopping. but pretend that I am.
There is no window on the Fortune's End. There's a small window on the shop that doesn't appear to have a name. And then the other two shops, one of them is like as you kind of peer in the window, appears to be like a bakery or something like that. Not very big. Just making super basic, like kind of hardtack and crappy loaves of bread that probably have some sawdust in them and whatever.
Hey, there's our rations.
The fourth and final one is like a small, it's like a pet shop, I guess, essentially. there's a bunch of, there's like small animals and stuff in various like cages and things.
All right, sort of as a guy, so I'll go to the crappy bakery and get some rations at a discount.
What's gonna come out of this is some sawdust bread for y'all to eat on your journey. Magnificent.
And just to skip that over, yeah. So I'll get the discount quality rations, but I'll move on to the other place.
Okay.
The Fortune's End, kind of peek in there with intent. Like, yeah, I'm kind of looking for some potions or some stuff to help me on an adventure I'm having.
Well, like I said, so there's no window.
Is anyone around?
So you would have to just go.
I would try the knocker. I would go in.
Okay.
Like, hello, I'm looking for some potions. It's the cops.
All right. So the door swings open with a bit of a creak, and it's like super dark in there. Like your first reaction is like, oh, like maybe this building is not still occupied. and then your senses are kind of overcome by like a really strong like odor of incense and kind of like damp plant matter and just like a really strong smell. And then your eyes kind of start to adjust, but before they do to where you can really see much, you hear a voice call out to you and like, welcome, young man. Come in.
Kind of look around. I want to do a spot check, even though it's my worst thing to do.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I'm looking for potions for healing and, just some stuff to get rid of poisons and other things. I rolled an 8 at -4.
Excellent. I apologize. I'm trying to find Minna's mini, but it does not appear to have loaded into Talespire. It's unfortunate.
That's annoying.
I see Zara and Eyeless and the other ones. I'm going to just, for the sake of this, I'm going to move us to the shop that's actually Angela's shop, but it's the closest thing I have right now. I haven't made a separate one for... We have a board. Oh, everything's failing. Waiting for the adventure to begin. Like not loading? Neat. Everything is breaking.
Oh dear. Well,
Weird. I've never had this happen with Talespire before.
I swear, it's the first time. It's never happened before.
Yeah, it says that like the purchase history. I'm waiting for Talespire to load, but I might have to just close it completely. I see the like purchase for Minna's mini.
And you linked it to your Hero Forge?
Yeah, it's like the Hero Forge that has access to that is the same one that has Eyeless and Dara and a few other minis that we're using, or that that are showing up. I guess we haven't used it. I guess we'll see. Maybe me having maybe whatever was happening there, like reconnecting, will maybe also fix it so she shows up.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. We spent an absurd amount of time on this mini, so I want to use it. Dang it.
Yeah, I need to see what naked lady was in my bedroom.
Okay, well, it did successfully load Angela's shop, at least. That's up in the right. Her name is saved as Minna, so it should be between L and N, and she's not there. Why? Aha! Found her in another screen. We did it.
Success.
I'll put her outside quickly, so. And players to board. Okay. Wait, and is it now not loading for you?
Waiting
Correct.
for the adventure to begin.
That's what it did to me. I think so. I think everybody might have to reboot their game. Sorry.
Okay.
Generally speaking, we've had very few, other than like the weird thing with initiative, we have very rarely have actual tech issues with Forge. Or, well, that too, but with Talespire.
Still waiting for adventure to be on my screen.
I can't wait for adventure to begin.
Did you quit the desktop or just out of the campaign? Yeah, I would quit the desktop.
Yeah, if you go to desktop, then you get waiting on GM.
Yes, but waiting on GM is different than waiting for adventure to begin.
Yeah, because I actually see steps and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, no, waiting for adventure to begin. And stuff, yay!
Okay.
My Tailspire's been doing this fun thing where it just says it's trying to get the visual redistributable to boot and just sits there, and I have to cancel trying to load it and reopen it repeatedly till it works.
Weird.
It's fun. Yep.
Have you tried verifying the files in Steam?
Nope. But I will tonight if I remember.
I'm stuck on waiting for the adventure to begin.
Kitty. Yeah, you have to exit the desktop and then reconnect.
All right.
That cat looks majestic as Loki. He looks
Waiting for GM. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick.
She looks very, very amazing.
Max.
Oh, he's a big boy.
He is a big boy.
He's a big guy.
He also looks very content to be held.
He's like, you can do whatever with him. He don't care.
Oh, like Loki.
Yeah.
For me, at least.
Yeah. Like, I can take him and... Oh, now he's getting angry. There you go. But he don't bite or claw or nothing. He just chill. He can come back.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I at least see the inn floating in the middle of space.
Well, yeah, that's... Oh, right, because you don't have an allied mini. All right.
We're going on a witch hunt.
So I put it out here just for the moment because it's very dark in there, and I wanted you guys to be able to actually see her mini.
I've got my pitchfork.
All right, so, and your spot check was 4 was the final result, right?
Yep.
All right. So you step into this dark room, like I said, and then you're kind of assaulted by this really strong, like, damp odor. And you still can, like, just barely see anything. There appears to be something in the middle of the room. And then you just kind of naturally, like, navigate towards that. And then you, like... you bump into something a bit squishier on the way there. And you hear like a small voice from down below you says, "Well, excuse me, young man." And then you realize that there's a small person in front of you. And you look down to see Minna Noctigal, the proprietor of the Fortune's End. She's a petite and wiry gnome with kind of an unsettling presence. Her ashen blonde hair.
Not a
goblin.
goblin.
All right.
No, not a goblin. Her ashen blonde hair, streaked with silver, despite her otherwise looking relatively young, is tied back in a messy braid that is adorned with small trinkets. Runes, bones, and bits of what looks like maybe polished obsidian. Her pale blue eyes have a ghostly intensity, always kind of darting around the room, even as she looks up at you. Her complexion is fair but slightly shadowed.
Well, she's not in the room.
She's not in the room, so you can clearly see her. Oh, Alondite, can you step out just a little bit? I had her out of the room, so that way you guys can actually see her while I'm describing her, but you guys can't see her unless Alondite can see her. Her complexion is fair, but it's kind of shadowed in a weird way, as if she spends long hours poring over forbidden tomes by candlelight. Wears dark layered robes embroidered with esoteric symbols and a belt heavy with pouches of rare herbs and talismans. Her fingers are ink-stained and calloused and often adorned with rings set with strange stones. Despite her small stature, Minna moves with a quiet confidence, her voice carrying a soft but unsettling cadence. Smells faintly of incense and damp parchment, and when she speaks, feels like a whispered secret from another realm. I will throw her in there. Ignore the skeletons. They aren't actually there. That's for Angela. But so yes, you now see this little person about the same height as Rubato, kind of standing in front of you, hands on her hips, as your eyes are still kind of slowly adjusting to the darkness in here. You look around the room and you see kind of slowly coming into shape a small table set in the middle of the room with a few chairs at it and kind of a glass ball sitting in the middle of it, and the walls of the room are kind of covered in various drying herbs, and there are a few like animal skulls and kind of like general mystical esotery. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with Minna's mini, like finding little trinkets and things to put in her hair, and actually being able to color her palms dark, like the description said, was a lot of fun. But we spent literally like 5 hours on that mini, which is why I was going to get it to work. Dang it!
Now I want to make Minna's shop.
As I look around looking for anything that would be considered questionable, because clearly I can't see anything because I'm distracted. Looking at her, I don't see anything that's obvious. I kind of question more about, like, with serious intent, but still kind of like probing. Yeah, I'm looking for potions and stuff for like anti-poison, like not knowing what I'm talking about at all, like anti-poisons and venoms, like having no knowledge of this at all.
Okay. So she kind of stands there for a second still with her hands on her hips after you like literally just walked into her. And she gives a little bit of a like, but like, that's all right. I forgive you as long as you spend some money. And then kind of like scoots past you and walks along the wall to where the door that you left open behind you, and like swings that shut behind you, and then comes kind of gliding back into the room. She says,
"Do you have a problem with open doors? What was that about?" No, I just meant like it's dark in here.
There,
yes,
that's the point. There are delicate things.
Like what?
She kind of pauses for a second. She's like, first time, I suppose. You don't seem like you get out.
No, this is my first time I actually get to come and buy potions and anti-venoms and poisons.
Yes. I get it. Not too much of a potion brewer, but I do have a few things. poultices and special herbs are more my specialty. She kind of starts like bustling around the shop and like gathering up kind of an armful of things.
I'm like flipping through my holy book notes, like what's a poultice? And study that.
So yeah, she spends maybe a minute or so kind of bustling around and grabbing things, and then she goes over to the little table in the center of the room and lays out a couple of like small jars and like a large kind of folded leaf and like a little pile of some kind of herb or whatnot, and she plops herself down in one of the chairs there and just kind of looks at you intently.
And these do
what you said you wanted.
No, I want the stuff that goes in the vial and you pour on things or make it better. These I don't want herbs. I put that stuff on food.
Oh dear. Rubato, this is just you know what? Nothing's gonna happen to her.
Well,
she like hops up on her chair and like puts her hands on her hips and she's like, Rice, you've insulted me in my own shop. You want to buy something or not?
Okay, I'm gonna cut the crap.
God.
I'm not here to buy potions and anti-venoms and poison.
She's like, so you're here to waste my time. Or you want your fortune told. Kind of like waves her hand over the glass object in the middle of the table, and it kind of like, you see kind of like almost like smoke kind of like moving inside of it.
No, I don't believe in such things. Banana's the only fortune I have. Thank you, but no thank you. No. I'm here because there have been reports of citizens saying that there have been mentionings of certain individuals in acts of naked witchcraft. So I'm just inquiring as
Do you actually
would
say
know
that?
Yes, I do. You wouldn't happen to know anything about such activities, would you? Or to lead me in directions of such things.
Oh
Use gather information or diplomacy. They're both as a +2.
Oh dear.
Make a diplomacy check.
Oh. What is that?
Yeah, what's your total?
10. 8 + 2 is 10.
Okay.
Oh dear. Oh.
She jumps down off of the little like chair that she had hopped, or stool, I guess more, that she'd hopped up on, and like she's not running, but like she gets to you surprisingly quickly. Maybe it's just kind of the darkness of the room that you're in, or whatever, but she like faster than you expected. She's like up right in front of you. And like, you have no right question me in my own shop. And if you're not going to be buying anything, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. And kind of like places her hand on your hip and tries to like turn you around towards the door. There's like a hiss to her voice.
Well, if those are your true feelings, you're only raising more suspicion. Thank you for the information. I just turn and leave.
Do you close the door or not?
I'll stop just outside the door and just stare at her. Like keeping eye contact. Oh, I don't get the. Oh, there we go. And just like slowly close it while maintaining like this intent. Like, actually, I want to do an intimidation check while slowly closing the door, maintaining eye contact.
All right, roll intimidation.
+7. 10. 7 + 3, 10.
All right.
Oh, that could have been so beautiful.
You like slam your finger into the door as you're closing it. You're like, ouch, ouch.
It's a gentle close, just like an intimidated, like, while
just,
maintaining like
staring her
uncomfortable eye contact. Like, you know, like the awkward eye contact where you're still peeking through the crack of the door.
Mm.
Thanks, honey. I'm doing really good with math.
We're all proud of you.
That's because it's staying in the single digits there. That's why.
The door closes and you turn to start like walking down the alley or whatever, and as you're kind of like presumably kind of like shaking your head and like muttering to yourself a little bit, and then you look up and you see Baheer actually like coming down the alley towards you, and then like you hear this. I don't know if the mic will pick it up very well. Sometimes when I try and do this kind of thing, it doesn't end up coming through very well, but you hear this like strange kind of like echoed whisper like in your ear as the door finishes like latching shut behind you, and you just hear a voice behind you that says, "Good boy."
I want to try to do detect evil, even though my connection is severed. I still want to try. Just for
Okay.
roleplay, just in like have like a moment of reflection on it. Just be like,
Yeah, you much as you did with Ambrose the other night, you kind of like reach for that that kind of warmth, that like source of power, and feel it evade you, and you're like, and right as you're kind of like experiencing that emotion, I guess Baheer walks up to you.
Oh, yeah, Alondite, what's up?
how do you feel
You
about
gotta-
going on a witch hunt?
It's like mid-morning right now.
What's a witch?
Step inside those doors and you'll feel one. Talk to Rubato. He's seen one. Ask Abash. She wants to kill one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It seems like you have a lot of bad things to say about this person.
Oh, I just met her. I haven't formed official opinions on her yet, but she does not seem like a nice person.
Well,
After you did literally nothing but be offensive the entire time.
Ignorant. I'm sorry.
No, it's totally the right thing to do in character. It's just hilarious.
do you Are we doing something about it, or what are we doing?
I am immediately going to the church to have this brought to the headmasters and to the priests.
I think we have better things to do today, Alondite. Whatever.
Do you know that presence that we felt in Old Capstone?
Sure, I guess.
Along that same presence, and it's right here in New Capstone.
Just wait until you find out she's my new partner.
I mean, I don't think that a vibe is something to go to church about and create a crusade over, you know?
He threatened and is resistant.
Like, you give me bad vibes all the time, and I didn't go to church and talk about you, you know?
More than welcome to. I don't stop you.
Just about choked on my drink.
I want to see so for myself.
I don't have the proper tools for this, so I'm going to bring someone who does.
Is this place right here?
Right here.
Oh dear.
For real? I'll walk out. Have I been here? Did I come with you and Rubato here before?
No.
Or did I just hear about secondhand?
Druge was outside the door, but you did not come.
Gotcha. I just heard about it from you guys. I'll go on in.
Okay.
It's better to be willing to spend $1. She won't be happy.
Most shopkeeper.
I got $1.
All right, make me a spot check.
1 second. That might be a 13. It is. It's a 13. Hello. You guys open? It's awfully dark in here.
So yeah, the door swings open, and similarly to how I described before, you're just kind of hit by. It's kind of like stepping out of a plane in an area that has significantly higher humidity. You're just kind of like hit by this like wave of like scent and kind of a heaviness of the air. And
it's kind of sticky in here.
It's still dark for you, but your eyes are adjusting faster, at least than Alondite's did, which I guess doesn't, that's not useful for Baheer, but for you, after a moment, you kind of blink, and then I guess maybe you feel kind of an urge to pull the door closed to help like your eyes adjust faster.
Sure.
And so you kind of pull the door closed and then turn back around and kind of blink once or twice more, and then you can make out it's a relatively small room. It's probably 15 feet by 25 feet or so, and kind of the three walls that aren't the ones that have the door on it are covered in various plants and like animal bits and skulls and like parchments and whatnot, and then in the middle of the room is a small table with two stools at it, and you see a small gnome kind of with her back to you, like cleaning something up off of the little table, and then she turns like kind of like whips around at first, and then I guess you can make a sense motive check if you want to, but kind of like whips around at first, like a little bit aggressively looking, and then kind of like softens a little bit and starts to make her way over towards you.
Sorry, it's a 14.
Okay. Yeah, you putting together A and B. Alondite just left here. You think probably she was expecting Alondite to be coming back in, and then it wasn't.
Oh, hello there.
So, like I said, she turns to you, and then She has these long robes on, and it's strange. Like presumably she's walking, but like there's kind of this like graceful kind of like float. You know, like you don't see kind of like the the shoulders moving and the body swinging like you generally do when somebody walks. She like makes her way over to, and she's like, "Oh, now 2 new customers in one morning. What can I do for you?"
Oh well, my friend told me that there's some bad vibes in here, and he's gonna go tell the church all about it. And I figured I'd come see for myself.
Oh my gosh.
She like scowls as you say, as you mention your friend. She practically spits out. She's like, "Seems like you need better friends."
Well, we do have some differences.
She cocks a bit of an eyebrow. She's like, "Are you here to waste my time too?"
Well, what do you do? What have you got?
Which, of course, Baheer doesn't know, but is like more or less how Alondite came in here as well. She's like, "Well, I suppose my primary service of interest to you might be my exceptional skills in fortune telling." As she kind of like slowly like circles around you, kind of like looking you up and down. "You seem like an interesting read."
I haven't had my fortune told in ages. Yes.
Oh, really now? Well, that may just be something I can fix.
Okay. How much this type of thing gonna run me though?
For you, dear boy? Merely 5 gold.
5 gold, huh?
And the secrets of the future can be yours. She gives a bit of a bow. Says, or if you're feeling timid today, I might be able to interest you in all manner of teas and potions and herbs.
You know what? Let's do the reading. Why not?
Excellent. She like turns her back to you and sashays her way over to the little table and like kind of pulls out the little stool for you. Like, you can sit on it. It's like not something you'd want to spend a ton of time sitting on at your size, probably.
I'll have a seat.
Sashay Shante.
Broken Head Games in chat. $14.99 for the first 15 minutes plus $1.99 each additional minute.
It's Cleo? Not Cleo.
All right. So you sit down at the little table, and she makes her way around to the other stool and kind of like hops up on it and like waves her hands over the crystal ball and kind of like says something deeply under her breath, and then you feel kind of a hum of energy, like the hair on the back of your neck kind of stands up, and the rest of the room, which was already quite dark, but goes like pretty much completely black, and you can just kind of see like a faint light emanating from this crystalline sphere that's between the two of you. And she starts, it appears that she finished kind of like one incantation, and then she puts both of her hands out on the table and kind of holds them just a little bit above the table, and indicates that you should put your hands below hers.
I'll do that.
Sorry, did you say you'll do that?
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right. She puts her hands on top of yours, just lightly touching them, and her fingers are you almost feel like an urge to recoil at first when she touches you.
Evil.
Stick your hands in like a iceberg or something before you came in here.
She her head was kind of down, almost almost hanging down, it was her body was somewhat limp, and then she kind of shoots her head up and looks you straight in the eyes, and her eyes are totally milky white right now, the pupils and the irises are gone. Shh.
All right. Evil.
I understand why Alondite thought the vibes were off.
So she sits there for a second, like the room is totally quiet, but you feel almost kind of like a pulsating in the air. And then she leaves one hand on your hand, takes the other one, and starts kind of motioning over the crystal ball. And she starts reciting something in a language that you don't recognize. And then the whole room goes black. The crystal goes out, and you can't see anything except for her glowing white eyes. As blood calls blood, across sea, or a brother lost, a throne, or father's sins breed ruin and flame, yet steel and shadow know no name. Whose well, O seeker, or crowns are, but brothers lost. And then the light coming from her eyes goes back out, and the crystal ball kind of starts emanating light again. And as you look across the table, kind of back in that pose again, her head's kind of down, hanging off of her shoulders for a second. If you don't do anything, a moment or two later, she looks back up at you, pulls her hand back from you, and says, "Well then,
that's crazy.
An interesting journey have you had."
Yeah, you could say that.
Be careful, young one.
I've got some kind of big choice coming up. What I could tell.
I'm afraid.
The beef or the mashed potatoes.
What's that?
Nothing.
I'm afraid fate speaks most often in duality. Not mine interpret. But I suspect someone close to you. May not be as close as you think.
Interesting. Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
He kind of like hops up and excuse me, hops up, comes around and kind of like pats you on the shoulder since you're currently down at a height where she can do that. She says, "No, thank you for yours. Come by again."
Okay, we'll do. If you're still here by the time the church is done, and I'll leave.
Do you actually say that out loud?
Yeah. I'm sure you have ways of dealing with them.
I'm not scared. And you hear,
Okay.
actually make a listen check.
Oh boy.
Oh wait, I think my listen was bad. I feel like
Is that tinnitus again?
Listen. Oh no, it is. It's a 2. It is.
So you have no concept of like, from what direction it comes, but oh shoot, spaced out. What had you said just before I asked for that roll?
Oh, about I'm sure you have ways to deal with the church.
Oh, right.
And she said she wasn't scared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just like, there's kind of like a tickle at the back of your mind of like, you know, kind of like if you're in another room and you hear somebody else talking in another room, but like it's just low enough volume, or there's just enough of an obtrusion in between where you can't like really make out what's being said. You feel like you hear, you know, somebody say something. Not really. Like it didn't sound like it was her voice, but you at the same time, like, who knows? Maybe it was just like a little bit of bleed over from the streets or the next shop over.
Okay. Did you say something? I'll ask her.
Do you turn around or do you just kind of like say that over your shoulder?
Yeah, I'll turn around.
Okay. You see a smile kind of like spreads across her lips, and she says, "Only what I already said."
Sure.
And then the door opens. The door actually opens inward, although it's not necessarily like super important. But yeah, as you go to like close the door, you see that she's already kind of like further back in the shop.
Well, I don't think she's all that bad.
Oh, I'm not here. I'm already dipped. Like I'm at the church.
Oh, okay.
You didn't wait for any of that. Okay.
Nope.
No, but I was gonna go get some do some shopping for some magical reagents.
Yeah, we're heading that way.
So
You're coming to Fortune's End.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was our plan.
Excellent.
Rubato.
I'll just eat you guys off.
Let me go in first.
What?
Trust me. I'll let you come in after. I gotta do something first. Don't worry.
Angela's? You lie.
It'll be okay.
Oh, and also, sorry, I got caught up in like the managing of that scene, but just for the sake of like mechanical consistency, after you guys finished the fortune reading, she would have had to have used the crystal ball again to deactivate the like ward on the door.
You have that written down somewhere, I'd assume.
Say again.
Slash good. I
The
said, do you have that
fortune?
written
Oh
down
yeah,
somewhere?
I can message it to you.
Okay. I tried to type as she was talking, but I didn't get
Sure.
everything.
Where the heck is Rubato? There it is.
Well, all right, if you want to go in
Just-
first, I'll swing over to
yeah.
Angela to see if
All
she
right.
has any spell
Yeah.
reagents.
Okay, thanks. I knock on the door. Or enter. I'll be. I'm being polite.
Okay.
And I go to Angela's to do some quick reagent shopping, nothing fancy.
Okay. All right. You knock on the door. There's a like brief pause, maybe 10 seconds or so, and then the door like creaks open.
Hello, Minna.
Poor Minna.
Oh no, I'm being polite.
Yeah, but
You just
first
like step in and
Alondite.
you say hello, Minna, and then you kind of like well actually make a will save really quickly.
That's a 16 total.
Okay. So it's not like a huge reaction or anything, but you start just a little bit as like the voice comes from behind you, which you just weren't expecting, but she's like on the other side of the door, so she like pulled the door open.
Ah,
So yeah, you don't like, you're not scared by it, but you're just like, surprised. And like, good morning.
morning. So
As she swings the door behind you, she says,
we got off on the wrong foot last.
we did.
So I'm not going to be angry about it because I know you showed up at my house again. So I politely requested not.
She just kind of shrugs and then like walks past you towards the table in the middle of the room.
And I don't understand how magic works. So we only assumed that Rubato not being at my house meant you wouldn't show up randomly there since you were clearly just dropping stuff off for him. But I must warn you, Rubato's terrible at lying. And it may have come to our friend's knowledge that you might be a practicer of magic outside of the church.
Because until this moment, she did not know that you guys were connected to each other at all.
Oh yeah, I know. Don't worry. My friend Alondite, I highly doubt you're gonna have an issue with the church because you're really smart and really good at what you do.
Like as soon as you said that, like it's not a language that you speak, but like the tone of voice and body language is so clear that you don't even need to make a sense motive check. She like swears when you say that.
I know. He really doesn't like magic outside of the church. Like trust me, Rubato's done some stuff that he's just really doesn't like. Don't take it personally. It's just how he was raised. He's also not really familiar with magic, so he has no idea how to ask about magic things.
Does he know that we'll be working together?
Oh, that's going to be a very pleasant surprise.
It's an unpleasant one for me.
I know. I apologize. And to make it up to you, I'm not going to waste your time today.
You've come to buy something.
Depends on how expensive a fortune telling is. That kind of magic intrigues me.
She kind of pauses for a second, which she's generally been like pretty decisive, so that's like, that catches your attention, I guess. Well, two minutes ago, I would have told you to get bent, but you came here in good faith.
Good. Been very polite. Yesterday, I really wanted to burn your house down, but I've realized you're better off as an ally, and
Probably best.
we don't like angering our allies,
For both of
especially
us
our
that you
magical
didn't.
allies. Plus, my guild leader happens to find it very useful to not anger the few magical allies around here, because there's a guild encroaching on our territory that's been stealing magical items and reselling them to the local merchants. Whatever magical allies we can find ourselves with is better.
Like, I see.
Have you heard of this Shadow Covenant?
Yeah.
That's what they've been calling themselves.
I haven't.
I'd watch out for them.
I meant, I see why you're here.
Oh, I'm also intrigued by getting my fortune read. That's fascinating.
Two things can be true. For you, 3 gold.
Ooh.
And she like turns her back to you and makes her way over towards the...
How about I tip you an extra gold? For a friend.
She scoffs a little bit. Like you, I don't know if the mic will pick it up, which is why I always say when somebody scoffs versus trying to make the sound. Because I suspect it'll get noise gated out. But she like scoffs. She says, "It won't change things."
Oh no, I just mean to keep you on friendly terms.
That never hurts.
Well, you and I might actually get along better than I thought.
To be clear, the implication for that won't change things is that won't change your fortune.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm saying I know
Yeah.
that. The guild also likes money. You speak our language. Which makes me feel I was wrong about you. You just have a different way of doing things, yes?
You could say that.
And as for Alondite in the church, well, Alondite and working with him, don't worry. We can throw him off that pretty. Especially if we can figure out how to prove to him that what you're doing is not evil. That's really all he cares about. He thinks everything that's dark and shadowy is evil.
Evil.
It's like, I'm sensing
Evil.
a theme among your friends.
Yeah. And Rubato's terrified of shadows. He almost killed Baheer because shadows.
Just
I
go around and tell everybody.
presume that's why he tried to shoot me.
Yeah. Try not to take the shooting personally. He almost killed Rubato, or Rubato almost killed Baheer by shooting him. Because I said shadow person. He immediately just fired in that direction. It was really bad luck, to be honest. Deep down, they're all good. They're just kind of misfits.
This is probably a good opportunity for us to take a short break. That way I can finish a quick fortune pull together there, and we can potty, refill waters and whatnot. And we have an ad break coming up that we can't snooze anymore anyway.
Yeah, sorry guys, I wanted the fortune telling thing, and I
No, it's a
tell
good idea.
Mercy ahead of time.
I had more of an idea. Like, I actually had not pre-written Baheer's either. I came up with that on the fly, but I think what I thought would be interesting for his fortune to say was a little bit clearer to me. And I had 2 ideas for yours. I wanted to
Got it.
Yeah. So, so let's take a 5-minute break, stretch, bathroom, get a snack, whatnot, and we'll be back shortly after the ad break.
Tell me you didn't write one for Alondite.
What was that?
Tell me you didn't write one for Alondite.
No, I hadn't written any. I mean, honestly, everybody that had been in here thus far had turned her down, so I wasn't expecting any. So like I said, I came up with Baheer's on the fly.
At some point, I will want one.
Yeah, for sure. So you seat yourself on this stool. It's you're not as big or as clunkily armored as Alondite or Baheer, so it's definitely a little easier for you to perch yourself here, but still a little uncomfortably small for your butt. But you seat yourself on this stool, and she hops up on the opposite stool and sits down, and as she does so, and kind of like holds her hands out and starts to wave them over the crystal ball, the room seems to dim somehow, despite its already existent dimness, and you feel the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Some sort of power emanate behind you, and then the ball in the middle of the table starts to emanate kind of a soft white light, as do her eyes. And as she starts chanting, she holds her arms out on either side of the ball with her palms down, and like indicates for you to put your hands under hers.
I'm wearing gloves. Does that matter?
Skin to skin contact is briefly required.
I look around. It's dark in here.
Yeah.
Dark enough. All right. I remove my gloves.
Okay. She brings her hands down on top of yours, and you feel this icy cold, not grasp, because she's not grasping, but full surface area touching you. Touch. I was gonna say like how your hands are in real life, but of course you don't know what that feels like, so that doesn't help.
Yeah.
So and then as she like makes contact with your hands, then you see like her head down, and her chin falls to her collarbone, and as that happens, the crystal ball stops emanating, and then there's a brief pause where the room is completely black, and then her eyes glowing white, like looking across the crystal ball at you, and she starts kind of chanting something in a language that you don't understand. There's a brief pause. As two faces, one shadow, truth buried, friend clad in light, and faith came us. Blood spreads where duty stands tall, but secrets travel to ruin all. The blood you've denied may soon draw near, and with it come both solace and then the room goes like completely dark for a moment, and then the like light starts emanating from the ball again, and you see that hanging down like I said on her chest for a moment, and then kind of like looks back up at you. Doesn't say.
Our fortune's always riddles.
Fate is fickle.
Try to remember these words then.
Fortunately not. I am but a conduit. Your fortune, yours.
So intriguing. I go to room.
Rats. She just kind of like lets her hand fall off of the top of your hand, but it lands palm up. Presumably for you to pay her.
Low 5.
I give her 4 gold.
All right.
We're friends. I want a friend going out of business.
Friend. Like pats the top of your hand.
My guild believes we need a lot of friends to fight the evil that's coming.
You do notice that her hand doesn't feel as cold.
I'll make a mental. Say anything?
It's still like probably a little cool to the touch, but it's, you know, it was like literally icy cold before, and now it's just...
And up and I say, Rubato will be heading this way soon. Well, it's to buy some more reagents. But I requested that I come in alone first.
Busy day.
But hopefully not all bad. Sorry again about Alondite. He really does have a good heart.
May we both live credit.
We will. Yes, you will.
Yeah, I went to Angela's while she was there talking to her alone to see if Angela also had some reagents.
Yeah, my plan was to redirect you to one of the townsfolk shops, but that might be more time than we want to invest in shopping scenes.
That's right.
For the sake of today.
This isn't shopping. This is drama.
No, it has been quite dramatic actually. I'm enjoying it. I hope everyone else is as well. But you know,
I'm fine with
speaking
being
with Henry is
redirected.
probably a little bit less dramatic.
You saw fighting outside the walls? Get ready for fighting inside the walls.
Out of curiosity, what would you do if another guild of rogues came in here trying to sell ill-begotten magical items to you?
To me?
No. Talking to...
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were talking to me. Second.
I just said, what would you do if that Shadow Covenant did show up with some ill-begotten magical items to sell you?
I suppose that depends. I'm not so much a curator of magic items in this simple shop.
They'd probably go to Angela then. More of the itemy, and you're more of the... Not quite sure what your magic is. Definitely different.
Call me a ritual. Not so much one for trinkets.
So your magic doesn't come from books and scrolls then? Or are there books? Rubato really likes books.
It's a little more playfully than what you had, during your previous interaction with her. She kind of waggles her finger at you a little bit. She says, "Now, the girl can't share all of her." Like winks at you very knowingly.
That is a fair point. Mind if I duck my head out to see if Rubato's on his way? I know he was coming this way, but I didn't tell him how long I needed.
Really quickly before you say that, I was going to have one other interjection. I was just going to say, besides, you wanted me dead yesterday.
Yeah, sorry about that.
She kind of shrugs. She's like, it happens.
More of a safety and comfort thing. My house is my castle, if you will. People randomly showing up in it unannounced.
I won't apologize. Did what I had to do.
Fair enough. Out of curiosity, why didn't you just put the thing in the cache for him like I mentioned before?
He is my business partner. You are not. Or you weren't.
See. Ah. Fair point.
That's fair.
All right.
Oh, Jesus, Amber.
Here, I have an idea. I'll smooth things over with my parents, that they don't put traps out for you. Because I know they will. They suspect someone's entering the house without their permission and knowledge.
I'm not concerned.
I'm more concerned with what'll happen to my house if you do it.
Fair enough.
So I'll bring it up to them that you are on our side. But if you could at least extend the courtesy of sending some kind of a sign before you do it, it would be appreciated by my mother and my little sister.
Soon we'll have a shared space.
This is true, but in the event that we're not there yet, can we agree by that term?
I'm not gonna lie, I did not catch what you said.
Terms?
No, yeah. What did you say before that? What is the term that you're asking her to agree to?
Give some sort of a sign before you just... whatever it is that you do to get into my house without people knowing. Just let us know you're going to be there, because if you show up and someone's awake, but they're not covered, it could be a severe discomfort to my family. We agree to that.
You want me to tell you before I sneak in?
It would be appreciated. Even if it's just me.
Child, that defeats the purpose. It's nothing to do with you. But some are less than enthused. Present.
With your what?
Present.
Have you met my family? You've seen my family. You know of our secret, I assume. We don't really care.
I don't. Nope.
How about...
I did say that she had an unsettling way of speaking.
How about this? I'm assuming you're appearing in the room of the individual, yes? Or do you just literally sneak into the house through a door? I doubt magic users use doors, but who knows?
I went to see Rubato.
Okay.
And see him, I did.
I don't care about the practice of... I don't even want to know the magical way that you did it. I just know if you're walking through a front door or a window, or if you're bamfing in. Unless you're really good at lock picking, because we do lock our doors at night.
I do like the word BAMF.
I'm good at many things. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried that when I'm dragging my S's, I think it may be getting cut off in the recording. So I'm curious for people that are just watching on stream, how much of that's coming through, but I think probably in Discord you guys can hear it just fine, but I'm a little bit worried about the recording.
All right, let me throw it out this way. If you are just manifesting yourself into a room, just make sure it's my room and not like the kitchen. Do we agree to that?
Am I staying in your room now?
No.
You hear it, but it does get cut off a little bit. Yeah, it was kind of an on the fly. Like I hadn't quite locked in on how exactly I wanted to speak as her until until they walked in the door. And then it occurred to me partway through, I was like, crap, that's probably getting cut by filters a little bit. Hopefully, is it still like passable, Amlas, or is it more frustrating? I guess we're 90 minutes of content in, so if it's frustrating, it's too late now, but
That's all I ask. Just don't randomly sneak yourself magically into a common space. I would like it to not end up... I would like things to end okay for my family and not have one of them maimed by magic in some way.
that's not my intent.
Oh, I know that's not your intent, but I know that if you randomly show up and my sister or my mother or my father gets startled by you, they might pull a weapon and then you might do something as a response.
That's fair enough. Don't want anybody getting hurt.
Exactly. So,
I'll consider myself uninvited.
oh, you can just magically invite yourself into a room that they won't be in. They don't go into my room at night.
Make a spot check.
Oof. Was going to be good, but now I think that's an 8. Yeah, that's an 8. I wouldn't want a friend to feel uninvited.
She has kind of a dark lipstick that she wears, and so it's hard to mistake the like separation of her lips. It was a big toothy grin when you say that. And says thanks for the invitation.
You're welcome. Just careful with. Okay, do you mind if I pop my head out to see if Rubato's on his way? Because he was coming here to buy stuff from you. The wizard likes his reagents.
She gives you a little curtsy, and she says, "I'll see what I can do."
Okay, but what if I was redirected by Angela to somebody else?
I am looking out the door, so I would assume that I'd see you walking down the hall. The way.
I guess it depends on how long about that Angela or that Rubato might have spent with Angela.
Not long. I would have just gone there for that. I don't have a whole lot of spare cash for buying magical trinkets, so I'm just looking for reagents. But if Angela may have redirected me to somebody else, I could have left and headed that way already.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I think realistically, not that you spent like a super long time in there, but probably 15 minutes or so for Scath-Bais. So you probably missed Rubato.
All right, well, does she have any reagents that he would use that I could afford?
Like broadly, I would say yes. Like she's more of like a herbalist alchemist type thing than like specifically catering to spellcasters, but that's easy enough to hand wave because spell components are all over the place, right?
What would 10 gold get me?
You have Eye of Newton, you have talc powder and all sorts of.
All right, just give me like 10 gold's worth of various reagents.
Okay.
Let me know what you give me.
Yeah, I mean, functionally, you're just buying a spell component pouch.
Okay, cool.
Or maybe 2. I have to see how.
I think normally the spell component pouch just covers all cheap.
Yeah, it's like they're weird because they say the wording on it essentially just says like has the stuff that you need to cast some spells, but there's like I think there's no actual quantity.
Yeah, there's not, because the implied intent is that any spell component that doesn't have a cost would be included in the spell component pouch for free at that point.
Right. But the way that generally that I've ruled that is we don't have to get too much into like, oh, hold on, does this one have a free component or a paid component? And like getting super crazy with it is that like instead it contains all, I would say like non-valuable components. Like it doesn't contain like diamond, that kind of thing, but that it contains like all of the components that you need, that are non-exotic, but that it has a limited. Is usually the way to pass.
Yeah, so the only difference is that you're putting a quantity on what's in it.
Yeah, I'm like upgrading the cost of what it can cover a little bit, and then adding a quantity to it. Because I think the intent basically is, kind of like any like only stuff for only stuff that's about like less than a golden value or whatever. Like it's supposed to be like cheap stuff, right? It's supposed to be like
it's anything that does not have a strict price, like a spell that requires 1,000 gold worth of diamond or something. Like
right.
That.
Yeah, and it's not going to include that anyway.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, I just buy 10 gold's worth of that stuff.
I would think that's probably
to
a lot.
Angela's to.
So that's 2 more pouches. So like she delivered a pouch to Rubato. Was what the second is.
Got it.
And then you're buying you know, 2 more pouches, so to speak.
All right, and then I go to Angela, and then she'll tell me where Rubato went, so that I'll catch up with Rubato that way.
Okay. So yeah, generally speaking, I have like quantified that at about 20 spells per pouch, and then also obviously usually. And then also, you know, they can be refilled when you guys are out and doing stuff, especially as you're about to go on like traveling. You know, if you want to kind of say like, oh, you know, or when we settle down for the night, spend an hour, you know, looking around for all component mushrooms and herbs, and then we can have you make like a survival. You cast back into your pouch, or.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it makes it a little bit more dynamic versus like just hand waving, you know, like, oh, like no spells that don't cost, you know, 1,000 gold matter now.
Okay.
Rubato.
Yeah.
Rubato.
And I'm off.
Rubato.
So you said this was somebody named Henry that I'm being redirected to?
Yes, this one will, you know, I'm going to keep this one a bit more.
Yeah, we'll keep it
straightforward.
at least.
Yeah.
I would assume that Angela just pointed me in his direction, so I've caught up to him. Or I start.
Yeah,
heading
it's
that way.
it gets a little
Make
bit
a dex
awkward
check.
because like she doesn't know shopkeepers like in Capstone specifically, but you know, she essentially would have like sent Rubato on his way, and then he would have had to kind of like poke around and then found something.
Okay. Can I do a gather information or something then?
Yeah.
Get to more to give an idea of like how long it would take me.
Right.
That's a 12.
Okay. I mean, 12's not awful. Go ahead and roll a d4.
Yeah. 1.
Okay.
It's a nice slide on that D4. Did you see that?
I did, yes. And then yeah, I guess I don't know, just make a. Nah, I don't even think we need to make a roll. So it doesn't take you very long. You know, in fact, you probably started at a few of the carts that were kind of in this back alley, and you know, found a few things that you needed, and then kind of like picked your way around the area a little bit, because this area is like half small shops and like half small houses.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fairly quick to kind of like make your way through, because it's like, oh, like this block is houses. You know, so it doesn't take you very long to find your way there. Look. Ah, okay. I do have that one prepared.
Oh, I saw it for a second.
Yeah, no, I was just testing it. Although I suppose I could just turn it on. So it doesn't. It really only just takes you a few minutes to kind of make your way around the block. You skip a block or so of houses, and then kind of find one of the small market squares, and fronting that square, you find the Root and Stem apothecary shop, and presuming that you go in, it's a like a wooden building. There's no stonework or anything in it, with kind of a larger than it needs to be arched door, and like a big open, like not a window in the concept of like, you know, what we would think of where it's glassed over and whatever, but like a large opening in the back of it with some kind of fancy woodwork forming you know, like think of like a stained glass window, but that doesn't have stained glass in it.
Well, right.
And as the door opens, there's a little clang. It's not a bell so much as it's like two pieces of metal kind of like clap together as the door opens. And Henry Haldane, the proprietor of the Root and Stem, like rides up towards you, and kind of like looks you up and down behind small round rimmed glasses, and like, well, hello there. I'm Henry Haldane. Welcome to the Root and Stem.
Hello, good sir. This looks like just the place I was looking for. You seem to have some skill with herbs and the like.
I'm glad to hear it. How may I help you? What are we working on?
I'm looking for some spell reagents, some components to help me along my spells. I need some frog's toes, and I need just the root of the Atlas plant, and I'll just start going through a list of some herbs.
He
Herbs
like
and other
immediately as you
oddities.
start listing things off, starts like scuttling around and grabbing, you know, a little like a pinch of this and a small pouch of that, and he's like he knows exactly like everything you're talking about. He's like, excellent. This is a fantastic array of things. I'm more than happy to do business. Although I have to ask, what is it that you'll be casting? What's your specialty?
I specialize in elusives. I like to make things not appear as they are, and help me not be where I need to be seen, basically.
Like spectacular. I'm not a practitioner myself. I don't have the gift, I'm afraid, but I do love to see you know, people's unique talents on display. I will give you the smallest of discounts if you could, you know, show me one of your spells.
Oh, you want a little demonstration? Okay, that sounds fun. Let's try. I will cast Friendly Face.
Just one sec.
Yeah, I'll cast Friendly Face, which makes me look nicer for his personal disposition. Doesn't really alter my appearance much, but it very clearly that I'm casting a spell.
Okay. So
just like a slight waver in my face, a little bit, kind of.
Right. He sees you casting the spell, and he kind of does like a double take, like he kind of like hunches in and like looks at you a little bit, and then he turns around and kind of sets down all the components that he got for you, and like pulls his glasses down a little bit, and he's like, I'm deeply sorry, but I saw you cast a spell. I don't know that I saw what you did.
Exactly. It's what it makes you think, is that you didn't see anything. But you may notice that this definitely makes me seem more attractive. Not in that way, mind you, of course, but just in a friendlier way.
Oh, very interesting. And
It's a very minor change for this spell.
he kind of like squats down in front of you and like kind of like reaches out towards your face. He's like, do you mind?
I will also cast Ghost Sound, and from behind him he will hear, not at all.
Excellent. Oh, he is not startled at all.
He is
but what you do get instead is just like a big smile spreads across his face. And he's like, excellent. And then he kind of leans in and kind of like squeezes your cheeks and just kind of like touches your face a little bit. And he's like, oh, interesting. He's like, I can feel it just like I perceive a bit of a smile on your face, but like when I feel your face, like I don't, I feel your lips not smiling, and like that's spectacular. And and auditory magic is always a wonderful time. Thank you.
Yeah, just a few of my more minor tricks. I don't want to be scaring everybody around us with something a little bit more intense, but just a little taste, if you will. Perhaps later, if we
can't be scaring away the
meet.
customers, but that was
Exactly.
very interesting. I maybe if we see each other again, I'd love to see any new tricks that you.
Oh, definitely. I've got plenty more, but I do need some of these reagents to be able to do them. Like for instance, you'll notice I used a little bit of wool and wax and smushed them together to do that little auditory sound behind you, and it's useless now. And so that's why I've come to you today, good sir.
Like yes. How about instead of discounting, I just replace the reagents that probably be about the same.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah. That works for me.
He like stands up. It's not like it's not like overly showy, but he just kind of like claps his hands together and kind of rubs them a little bit, and just kind of like it seems to have like a little bit of a bounce in his step, and he makes his way around, and picks out the one or two things that you used, and then he's like, oh, you mentioned that you wanted the root of that plant. That plant has a recently discovered like biological cousin, and I have some of that root as well. You don't have to do anything now, but I'll just include one of those as well. I'd be curious to see what you might be able to do.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I will definitely take a look. I'm always interested to try new things, so I've got a couple of ideas as well. So some new reagents to use in there would be fantastic.
Like perfect. Let me know how it goes. He bustles around and kind of packages everything up and back.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. I mean, unless there's anything else you want to do there, I think that's a good little characterization of one of our townsfolk, which gives me a quick moment to advertise that really quickly. But before I do, are you guys noticing like audio quality degradation here in Discord?
Yes, I thought it was just me.
Mine has been going.
Yeah, no, the server seems to be struggle busing. That's unfortunate.
I'll try to disconnect and reset my connect. Reset it here in a minute. Quick before we do though, how much do I owe my good man Henry?
Do you want to just say it's another spell pouch, because that way you guys have acquired 4, and then it's 2 each for you and Drew, just probably, or however you want, but that would be an easy way. So it'd be 5 gold.
Yep.
Although now it's showing green quality for the first time in like 10 minutes, so maybe it worked its. Nope, yeah. There it goes to red again. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna let's have everybody disconnect in case somehow that matters for like ending the instance and starting the instance. So like completely disconnect your voice, like hit the hang up phone hang up, and then rejoin D&D. Everybody.
Yep, I'm gonna restart my Discord too, so it'll be an extra sec, but I'm just adjusting.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too. Yeah, we've had several issues like this with Discord recently, which is super unfortunate. I mean, obviously, like
test,
they're not doing it on purpose, but we have a fully boosted server and everything, so it's a little bit of a bummer to be having audio qualities, especially when we're trying to produce videos for D&D.
Yeah, you sound fine on my end. Test MRAS, can you hear?
Yes, but I never stopped hearing. So
no, we were having overall voice degradation issues.
Yeah, it wasn't like dropping the call, but it was just like there were just micro stutters and like fractions of words being cut out and whatnot.
Okay.
And the call quality indicator was bouncing around between all the way between red and green as I was watching it.
So just Discord stuff.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mendez got lost. I guess in the meantime, what was it you were asking for recap wise?
What happened in the last 7 minutes?
Were you gone?
Yeah, I had to go check the door.
You had to what?
I had to go check the door because Barboy's session was ending, so I was just like going back and forth between the door.
Oh, got it. Mainly we just did a little, I don't know, it was 5, I can't imagine it was much more than 5 minutes. It's probably right about the amount of time you were gone. We just had a fun little interaction with one of the townsfolk. Well, we're getting Rubato back in here, I guess. It does seem like maybe it fixed it. For those of you that aren't familiar, the Townsfolk is a program that we developed in coordination with the Mortal Woes tabletop role-playing community, wherein people in our Discord can set up shops in the Kingdom of Rin, and they can choose characteristics and stats, some basic stats for those NPCs. And periodically those NPCs, like Henry Haldane, will be featured in episodes of our D&D campaigns. So it's a fun way to get your hands on with our campaign world. Even if you've never played D&D before, it's super easy to set up. It's pretty much just a little questionnaire. And then you get to make one roll per month to do some light role playing via text and see if your business is making or losing money. So thank you to Spio from the Mortal Woes for taking that project on for us, and to all of our wonderful players for who have participated so far and opened businesses.
What'd you buy?
Speaking of which, I should shout out who actually runs that one. That might actually be Spio's business, ironically.
Mendez.
Remind me
No,
to come
I
back
think the
and
ad break
burn it
started
to the
like
ground.
right around the time I finished that.
Don't tell
Yes,
Spio,
that
but
is
I'm going to
actually
come back
Spio's
and burn it to
business,
the ground.
which is funny. All right. So yeah,
Pros and cons of being part of the session is you're at will of what the party does with the business.
What was that? Sorry.
So one of the pros and cons of being part of the stream is your business is at will of what the party does with it.
We'll come back with torches later. Okay, guys?
Agreed. He's the real evil person.
Just don't tell Spio. Not yet. No, one of these days I do want to get in touch with him and make one of those myself too. I think it sounds like fun.
Yeah, I hope you have a good time with it. Auric, who is going to be doing your stonework, is actually my business, which is again just dumb luck. I came up with that, but like I opened capstones and cornerstones before the battle even started, so it just kind of worked out nicely that way. I had several months in a row where I rolled really well for his profit, and it was like, okay, well, I think at this point it makes sense for the town to, like, for him to be like, the way that we're going to represent that is with him getting like commissioned to like help build the statue to commemorate the battle and kind of thing.
Knew we should have hired the brewer. It's okay. If he's going to be at our fort, there's still a very good chance he'll die.
Yep.
Sorry, Mercy.
All right, so let's say I catch up to Rubato at this point.
Yeah, is there any particular role play that you're wanting to do there?
No, I'm just gonna walk up to him and say, "Hey, I bought some more reagents from Minna and moved things over with her. So we just have to deal with the fallout from Alondites, whatever he's doing." We'll see if Baheer can catch up to him early enough to stop him from whatever rampage happens. But I don't think.
Fantastic. I think Druge is going to need some of those spell pouches too. Did you mark the money off for those as well?
I did.
Okay. I didn't even think about Druge. I was like, oh, you're buying them for me, so I'll just mark it down that I'm going to pay you back. But
yeah, it's typically it could be for everybody, whoever needs it.
There we go. Make sure my notes are accurate. Not that I have 4 spell pouches to myself.
I mean, you could.
It's true. All right. Okay. Fantastic. I think that's our business done for the day. Alondite said he was going to go get us rations, so I'm sure he got us some real great ones.
Quantity over quality.
It's
Which we have
rations,
neither of.
All right, so Alondite then is planning on going up to the church. That was where you were headed.
Yep. As fast as a Minna can run.
And I was going to try to catch up to him as I left and realized he was gone already.
Okay. You're definitely slower since he's on the horse, but...
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. She's pretty burdened by weight. I mean, she only travels 30, 40.
I think it's 40, I'm pretty sure.
With barding and everything on her, I think it's reduced even more.
You are riding through town during the middle of the day, whereas
you only have the
right?
like for movement speed impediments. You only get the worst one. They're not cumulative.
Yeah, so it'll be 40.
Drop people. Everybody's.
Okay, so I was taking 10 off for weight or 10 off for barding, so it'd be the same. I was taking 10 off for 2 to be 30.
Right. Can you put yourself up by the northern Alondite? What grabbing minis?
Yep.
I'm helping.
Me too.
Gotta be staring right at it. Oh, yep, I was. There it is. You having fun, Rocket?
A little bit.
All right. So as you're making, you make your way north to the square and then start cutting your way east towards the church and or the camp, I guess, whichever you're planning on heading towards. And as you're starting to ride by, you hear like raised voices, probably a little bit that far. And you look across, because this area is like more open, not quite as open as you see here, but you look across and you see Oric, who's standing kind of by the plinth that they've been making for the memorial statue, with the lady and lord partner of Capstone, and Bridget and Roslin gathered around.
Oh dear. Bridget and Roslin. This is going to go so well.
I mean, it depends
Historically,
on
it
what Alondite
has.
wants to do there, but
I mean, they're yelling at each other, so.
They are getting ready for that's none of my business. I'm not going to get in that heated dispute. I have other things to attend to.
Like naked witches.
Yes.
so you're just gonna go by?
They are clearly discussing about important funeral stuffs, which is in the future. We're dealing about here and now.
Okay.
The meta is real.
Didn't you just say important funeral stuffs? Wait, okay, so I will roll a listen check.
Because you're so good at that.
Yup.
Mhm.
Nate.
That's a 6.
6.
Yeah,
Even
I mean,
better.
like, you hear yelling, but you don't hear what's being said.
Okay, so she's in command, but is not. She seems occupied. What would be the play be?
An occupier, 5 head.
We got
I don't have to go to first. I don't have to go to the highest of the high to give something as simple as this. I could just go to someone who is in charge.
Yeah, but you're
who's
one of the
higher
people
than-
in charge now. You're one of the heroes at the Church of Banah.
I still have to report something to someone who's
Ooh,
higher than me. It has to go up the chain of command to someone.
and the chain of command's right here in front of you.
That's skipping
That
a
is
step.
true.
Yeah, it's skipping a step. You got to go up one level. You can't go up like 3 or 5. It's got to go up one level.
I don't know. I think when you helped save the city, that leapt you up 3 or 5 levels.
No.
Just saying.
I mean, I
Military
kind
chain of
of want to see. I want to see what happens when the church tries to shake down Minna and nothing happens, because they're gonna go in there and be like, "Oh, she's just a crazy fortune teller who's kind of creepy," and then they're gonna leave. You know,
Yeah, so that's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen when I go to the church.
they're
If I
they're
go
literally
to-
gonna go, and then they're gonna come back and be like, "Alondite's crazy."
Yup.
So I don't see a problem here.
If I go to this talk right here, they'll be talking about funeral discussions, and it's gonna be like very depressing and aggression between those two. So nothing's gonna happen if I go there. That's the
You know, I
meta
want to
spot.
hear the aggression between those two.
I kind of want to know what's going on, though.
Yeah,
See,
what's
that's the meta.
what do you think Alondite would do?
Yeah, that's the trick.
I feel like Alondite would hear an argument and want to resolve the conflict, but
No, following chain of command.
all right.
I could see Alondites focusing on that.
I mean, we're not.
Yep.
We could always also come across it ourselves. So
Right. Well, I mean, Baheer is literally following him.
that's
so-
true. So does Baheer
Yeah.
stop, or does Baheer follow him to stop him?
Yeah,
I
you can
got
think about
back
that
up
for a
my
second
girl
while Alondite
Bridget.
does
I mean,
things. What was that?
so I got back up my girl Bridget.
So, all right. So you're going over to the
Okay.
church.
Yes, but I will report. I will like shout heresy in the courtyard, or like in the. Okay, so what would that be? The western courtyard. Would that be appropriate?
Like from outside, you're just gonna go and yell in the window.
Oh my goodness gracious.
As I'm passing by.
I have missed this, guys. I have missed our shenanigans.
The heresy's coming. The heresy's coming. It's in Capstone.
Heresy and debauchery. I just keep on riding by.
Just through the whole town. Heresy's here. The heresy's.
I don't know. How far can Baheer run?
Well, I mean, it depends on whether he's literally running or not, right? And whether you're having a Minna run or not.
Yeah, I'm running at 3 times.
Oh, you know she's running full force.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not running that fast.
Are you? So are you trying to? Are you going to the fort? Like, why are you not stopping?
No, I'm going to the church. I'm like bringing this to Paladin High Command. So I would report to shoot, what's her name?
Roslin.
Well, yeah, Roslin.
Who's not in the church?
The current paladin in command.
No.
now.
Okay, so, but I have to follow chain of command. It would eventually get to Roslin, but I'm not going to jump the chain of command. It's going to go up the chain to her.
Sure.
She has to come back.
So yeah, I mean, you would either just go and find like one of the priests, or I guess it depends on exactly how chain of command you're feeling. But find one of the priests and then have them
Within
tell
the
Ambrose,
paladins.
or you go tell Ambrose. Like,
Within the paladins, I guess, because they would be the military force of.
Yeah.
Do you know the best
Religious
part
fort.
about this, guys? Is that Minna is probably literally just a harmless, like, herbalist fortune teller.
No. Naked magic's where I draw the line.
who's
Fortune teller, like you could be like way out in left field and just be like spitting out like whatever in nonsense, but naked magic's where I draw the line.
But you have no proof that she did it.
You literally told me that one night. Rubato woke up and it was like naked magic. And I'm like, all right, that's it. Nope, drawing the line.
Listen, my friend who
But
was
you
a
didn't
criminal
witness it
told me
yourself,
that
so
this
they're gonna
lady's
want
doing
want
magic
proof
trick.
from you.
That's a serious offense. You declared naked magic. That's a serious offense. It's like written in there.
They're
time I
literally
bring
gonna
out-
go and be like, "We're not gonna mess with this," and then they're gonna walk away.
Next time I bring out Stefan, I'm doing it naked. I'm just saying.
I can't wait for this next show here, guys. It's gonna be great. Alondite's gonna go tell everyone about the naked magic.
The only other paladin like in residence here is William, with whom you left the orc burrito.
Which I have no idea that even happened, but
That poor guy.
where is he? In the western courtyard.
Oh boy.
Naked witches.
He sounds so crazy.
Fortune telling and debauchery against Bana.
Oh god, okay. So they didn't even hear you coming, so you just like, pretty much kick the door open, like jump off of Amina and kick the door open, and Ambrose is just like whatever, talking with like an
if
acolyte
Amina
or
would
something.
fit
Then you
in
just,
those
like, kick the
doors,
door
I
open.
would
You're like,
ride in with Amina.
"Mercy!"
Yeah, if Amina would fit in those doors, I would ride in with her, but I don't think she does.
She would fit. I mean, they're big double doors.
All right, she's kicking those doors down. She's riding in.
Kicking down the doors of the
God.
church. Love it.
Need popcorn for the show.
I know. I was just thinking I should get some.
I have pretzels.
So Ambrose turns from the acolyte that he's talking to.
Hey, your guys' names are being dragged in this. You're my witnesses.
I'm still here.
He like drops what he's holding and like holds both of his hands up to like try and halt Minna. And is like, my son, what is going on?
Heresy, I tell you. Heresy. Witchcraft. Naked witchcraft. The worst kind.
Everybody, like, everything's going silent. You know, the other like dozen and a half or so people that are around doing various things, everybody's kind of like stopping what they're doing and starting to like look over at you and kind of start like meandering this way. He kind of comes up to you, he's like patting you on the leg, and he's like, why don't you come into the office with me, and we can sort out whatever's going on
And
here.
maybe get off of your horse.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if you were just going to be like, I start riding Minna towards the office. But
Yeah. The horse is part of this too, okay?
he like turns to the
I
acolyte
hand
that
her
he was
off
talking
to.
to, and
Wait, is there
he's
someone
like,
there that can take her? I just hand
he's
her
like,
off.
You know, stay with their Alondite's horse, and then goes with you into the like towards the back room. There isn't. I haven't actually built separate rooms there, but generally the area that we've described where the like office is. So yeah, he lets you in, and you know, William is in the office as well, and like, now young Master Allen, what seems to be the problem?
Last night, an intrusion happened upon my friend Scath-Bais, and a witch came into her house and stood upon my friend Rubato in the night and exposed herself and performed witchcraft. They can attest to these truths.
Jesus.
They have seen it. I went to investigate these matters and found her place to be unsettling. She studies in truth-saying and fortune-telling and naked witchcraft to expose her powers. Everything against Banah.
Oh gosh.
Ambrose and amazing. Ambrose and William are kind of like looking at each other, and they're like, I don't know that your companion's bedroom activities are really the concern of the church.
This is not bedroom activities. This is a break and enter of magic.
I mean, you said that there was a naked woman in your friend's bedroom doing magic.
It was against his will. He was frozen in place, helpless to do anything. He was scared. He complains of shadow people. It is truly haunting.
Every word was spoken true.
The best part about all of this is that Scath-Bais didn't actually witness the second time. She only knows because Rubato told her. Oh, it's getting better and better each time.
The Ambrose and William kind of like look at each other like, you gonna take this one or am I taking this one? And they like neither of them really seem to be stepping up at first, so finally like Ambrose lets out like a deep sigh, and then he's like, my son, as you know, worship of Baheer is highly encouraged here in the kingdom, but there are no laws against other forms of worship,
Even those of evil.
What? And then William kind of like talks over the top of him. He's like, what that was done was evil, other than possibly breaking and entering, which is really more of an issue for the watch.
What sort of magic craft needs to be naked? Baheer does not demand that we expose ourselves. If you will not act, then I will send this to the guard at the minimum. This isn't decency. Violation.
Make a knowledge religion check.
I'm gonna pull up a precedent out of the back of your head.
I do have it, but I don't have any bonuses. 14.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Sorry, I'm trying to think my way through reasonable responses here. So Ambrose is kind of like beating around the bush a little bit and kind of trying to like placate you and calm you down a little bit. And then William is like, for crying out loud, Ambrose. He's like, Alondite, if there, we can't intervene like on behalf of the church if there aren't any signs of spiritual wrongdoing. As I said, what goes on in behind the closed doors of your friend's bedroom is not a concern of ours.
I ask that you send a detachment and reach out to Baheer and detect evil upon that spiritual abomination. And search yourself for what happens in that place.
It is your
against
friend's
Baheer.
bedroom.
No, against her place of study.
Like, might I remind you that the faith militant are charged with enforcing, the peace of the lands and the protection of the faithful, but like we're not involved in like issues of social governance. Like that is why we have secular authority. And like like this is not a hidden tenet of the church or whatever. Like in the world building documents, the Church of Baheer is described as being very conservative with issues of faith, but pretty liberal for when it comes to like issues.
That you will not act, then I will bring upon my own justice. This is not right.
At which point Ambrose gets a bit more serious. He says, "You will not."
My friend has been scarred.
You're a representative of the church and of the faith militant, and you will abide by the tenets of the church.
And I am begging you, the church, please, at least investigate. My friend complains of shadow people.
Under what charge? What charge do you bring? What evil has this person committed?
1, break and enter. 2,
Which is a secular crime.
Exposure.
Also a secular crime. If it's even a crime.
Naked witchcraft. Which is one that cannot be charged as a secular crime. How did she enter without proof of break and enter? Yet she was there.
The two of them just kind of like make eye contact again, and William's like, "I'll go get a captain of the watch."
Let it be known that if they show up at my parents' house, my parents are going to be like, "Why are you here?"
After William leaves, Ambrose kind of like takes you and like force guides you into sitting in a chair. He's like, "Young Master Alondite, I fear that I may have led you astray when we spoke of redemption the other night. This is not the path. I spoke of a higher calling than such mundane social issues. I'm sure that Bana appreciates your fervor, but I think also he will appreciate your preservation of the peace."
So peace means accept all and do nothing, even naked witchcraft.
Oh, God.
That is where I draw the line.
He kind of like scoots closer to you, and he's like, "Alondite, it's just you and me in this room. You can tell me, do you actually have a friend, or is the friend you?" It's okay. It's not a sin. You can be honest with me.
Where did he touch you?
Oh, Jesus.
No, I promise you. It's the shadow people. They've come back for him.
Oh, good.
I was a non-believer, but he's convinced me.
Oh, I'm dying.
He's convinced me. It's all true.
To be fair, I don't think I've ever brought up shadow people to the church.
God, they're going to want to study you now.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna think you've lost it. You've lost the plot.
Oh, God.
It's like, my son, you... I think some meditation will do you good to kick this hysteria.
Just send a detachment. At least question her. Stand outside the building. Detect evil. That's all I ask. There's evil inside these walls. Not just outside.
Oh man.
He kind of like helps you up out of the chair that he sat you down in and starts kind of like guiding you by the elbow towards the peace pool.
Whew.
I take off my helmet and I just start weeping.
Oh.
Word.
However, that does bring up a point. There was another place they said they were going to send a detachment to and never did. Old Capstone Ruins. Saying.
That's true.
Well,
There were a lot of things that happened. Yeah. I don't know if that detachment that they were going to send is alive anymore.
I know, but we found some like really cool books and parchment there.
Like 90% of the town's forces were killed. And Leona. So let's saying that Leona even let somebody know that they were going to be doing that.
That's a fair point.
On top of the person she let know is even still alive at this point.
As you take off your helmet and he like stands behind you as you go to kneel and puts his hands on your shoulders, and he sighs so hard that you can like hear his eyes rolling. And he's like, Alondite, whatever sin you think you have committed with this woman, I hereby absolve you of it.
In the church's eyes, Alondite has a girlfriend now suddenly.
And she was naked playing in his room.
Do they control you too?
Oh, not the day.
Oh God.
All right. Baheer, you're walking along at a decent clip, I suppose. You will make your way past the argument in progress at near the front gates there.
Uh-oh. My Talespire. Oh God, where did I go? Oh, I'm on top of the church. Okay. Sorry, my Talespire is being weird.
Oh yeah, there it is. It was being.
There we are. There we are. I'll like come up like a little out of breath, like whew. We'll maybe listen in a little and see what's going on before I start talking.
Okay. Yeah, make a listen check for kind of like at least for what you hear as you're approaching them.
I'm good at those. 6.
We are so good at listening.
I'm a great listener, as in I can't hear what you say, so I can't judge you.
All right. So yeah, you hear and it's not like everybody yelling the whole time. It's not like a screaming match, right? But you hear like voices, and then you hear like one person raise their voice, and then and then it kind of like dies back down to a normal volume, and then somebody else talks, and then somebody else raises their voice. So
I'll kind of like walk over this way, and I'm like, hello, friends. What seems to be our dysfunction today?
As you get closer, you see that like upon the plinth that Auric has been working on now sits kind of like a rough of the statue that's being worked on to be installed there to commemorate the battle. And you realize that the statue is well, I mean, like I said, it's in rough, but it appears to be a rough approximation of Bridget. And so as you're walking up, kind of be like, hey, fellow kids, to like kind of insert yourself into it. And if you still want to insert yourself into it, you can, but I'll say, at this point, obviously, as you're getting that close to them, you can but like Bridget's kind of like looking back and forth between Auric and the lady and lord partner, and he says, the intent is flattering, but I must refuse. Too many people paid the ultimate price for me to be the person to be represented here in this commemorative statue. It was with the best of all intentions, Master Dwarf, and kind of like nods her head towards Auric. But I have to elect that like Silas be the one represented in the statue. I think with a bit of artisanship, this could be reworked, into his likeness, and I would feel much more comfortable with it. And like before she can even finish talking, then like Roslin starts like talking over her, and she's like, Silas, you would rob us of the dignity of Leona's sacrifice? How dare you? How dare you? I couldn't agree more that you don't deserve that statue. And then like, Bridget starts kind of like puffing up her chest at her, and as previously described, Donella is like well-meaning but a little bit clueless, I guess. And this, like, that's like what you're walking in on. Like that's what's happening as you walk up, is like Roslyn starts to like talk over Bridget and like argue that neither of them should be the statue and that Leona should be, and then like you walk up.
Okay. Oh, hello. See, we're having some trouble. Do we maybe need an outside voice, perhaps, or
everyone just like, well, not everyone, I guess, but the two ladies just like whirl on you and stare daggers at you.
Whoa! Like maybe we need to calm down a little here.
Bridget says, well, maybe everyone needs to stop giving. Needs to stop giving this woman who can't even follow orders everything that she wants. She's like,
I don't disagree.
She's like, I would rather leave the statue as it is than like than to capitulate to more demands from this petulant child. And like Roslyn kind of like starts to make a move to like get up in her face, and Fergus like steps in between her and like places his hand on her chest.
Fight.
Well, who's the one in charge of making the statue? Who's the one that's doing it?
Auric kind of, who's off to the side there, kind of like sidles up a little bit, and he says, well, it's under my supervision. I'm no sculptor.
Mm-hmm.
I am masoning the plinth upon which this will be placed. And when you look at it, you see that like the platform is done, but kind of like the like trim work and like decorative work isn't done yet. But we were waiting for approval on the statue, so that I could tell the man that I contracted to continue work. And we began the deep silence yesterday, so I'm unable to work on the project any further until after the ceremony. So neither my brother nor I can do any work here, and Bridget is refusing the honor, and I have no decision-making capabilities. He looks kind of defeated.
Did you decide to choose Bridget? Or who was the person who chose to do that?
Donella kind of pipes up, and she like smiles. She looks happy with herself. She's like, well, that would be me. Like, what better than to have a living hero?
Then the situation here sounds
like slump a little bit.
The situation sounds pretty clear. If the Lady of Capstone here would like Bridget to be the one that is a statue and is commemorated, I suppose, then should she not be the one who has the say and not you, Roslin? Or unfortunately, it is of you, Bridget, but
Bridget kind of dusts off her armor, so to speak, and is kind of like, thank you. Yes, as I was saying, this is my decision. It's my honor to decline. And Roslin's kind of like, yes, but if you're declining the honor, then it's no longer your honor.
All right, but it's also not your job, Roslin, to decide who gets to put up there. It's this young lady right here, and I pat I don't remember what her name is. The Lady of Capstone on the back.
Don't know.
Donella, Lady Donella's job to choose who else she would like to put up there.
Roslin just kind of like clenches her fist and like doesn't say anything for a second. She's like, fine, but make me an argument for why Donella shouldn't choose Leona then.
She was rude to us before.
We hate her. No. Now that we have a fort after. Well, does Silas have a fort after him? Or no?
Are you asking in character or like out of character?
Out of character. I think we've heard them.
He does, yeah. Each of the captains that perished during the fight has a fort named after him.
Oh,
Silas
okay, so Randall has one
it's
too.
one of the two forts that is connected to Capstone. It's the northeast that's closest to the mountain, since he died defending the mountain.
So it's Randall, Silas, and Leona?
There were 5, actually.
Oh, and all 5 of them got one?
Yes, so 2 of them are attached to town, and 3 of them are satellite forts.
Oh, okay.
Which one died a more glorious death?
I mean, Silas died fighting outside the wall, but so did Leona. But Leona
Silas died fighting inside the wall, defending from the initial ambush from the fire, the torch wielding.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's why his fort is the one closest to the mountain. So the 2 attached to town are Silas and Roderick. Silas being the northeast and Roderick being the west. And then the other 3 are Randall, Gareth, and Leo.
I mean, oh gosh. I want to say something, but it sounds so dumb. It sounds so dumb. You know what? If all the captains have a fort named after them, right? So Leona's got her own fort, Silas got his own fort. I'm sure there's someone else who was integral to the defense of Capstone, or maybe a group of people who you could commemorate as well, you know? Yes.
Oh my god, make a diplomacy check.
Yes.
Yeah, baby.
Please be. Oh, that's really good. That's a really 21.
Oh my lord.
21.
Oh my god.
Did that really just happen?
The middle ground where everyone's upset now.
You know, Donella gets her living heroes. Bridget gets to not be the one on the statue, and Leona already has a fort. Everybody wins.
Mood dice time.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Please roll double heart faces. Please roll double heart faces.
Are we
Donella
really getting
suddenly-
statues right now?
So Donella is like, "Oh yes, this is a wonderful idea," and kind of like claps her
Oh,
hands.
yeah.
And Bridget's like, "No, that's not the point. The point is to commemorate one of our martyrs." And ideally one of them who actually followed orders. And
I mean,
like
Baheer
stares
did
down
die at
Roslin
one
again.
point, so technically,
How does Roslin feel about it?
oh my god. If Drew finds out he has a harbor and a statue.
Oh, Lord.
Statue. Yes.
I think that boy's head isn't big enough.
I think you're gonna have a few more checks to make to fully convince of that, but Donella at least likes it. Roslin like kind of starts to protest and then like kind of pauses for a second. She's like, kind of throws up her hands and she's like, why don't we turn it into a mountain of marble then and just have a statue of everyone?
That would take a lot of work.
Yeah, that's a lot
Yeah,
of work.
Oric's eyes kind of go wide.
I could do that.
You know, I have this new spell, actually. Even with the spell, that would take ages.
It would take forever. There were so many people that died.
Even if the
So
people
yeah, they're all kind of like staring at each other at various degrees of impasse. Try and like come up with something else. Like try to convince them some more verbally, and then you can make another diplomacy check.
Well, Bridget, it wouldn't be you up there like you don't want. And Rosalind, Bridget wouldn't be getting her way like you want. And of course, there's already a fort for Leona and Silas that have been erected for both of them as martyrs. So, it only makes sense to go down the middle ground. And of course, our good lady Donella here would like living heroes to be able to be the ones in the statue. It's a win all the way around.
Rosalind just like as dryly as you've ever heard, and she's like, in her life, is like, yes, how convenient that it's you.
Listen, don't shoot the messenger, okay?
Make another diplomacy check.
Okay.
Oh,
This
baby.
22. It's higher than my first one.
We're getting higher, higher.
We make some great models. And Alondite's there to represent the church, Roslin. And Druge is there to represent the military, Bridget.
That's actually a pretty solid argument.
And of course, I'm in the front, the shining knights in armor.
That you immediately sold after we were done.
Like, you could have sold that better. You're there to represent foreign ministries. Scath-Bais is there to represent the people, and Rubato is there to represent past, present, and future.
I like it.
Okay. Make another diplomacy check. You can add 4 to this one. Because that was a really good argument for like trying to include all the parties.
Oh man, you need that for.
That's 18. That's 22 again. It's happening, friends.
Donella is kind of thinking about it a little bit more, and like everybody else is kind of like just at this point like
just want the argument to be over with.
Yeah, pretty much. So they're all just like, fine, we'll let Donella like take the, this will be her decision for better or for worse. And then oh wait, that was for the wrong person though. Hold on. Nice. Okay. Donnella's like, oh, and you know what? This is perfect because Druge can represent the military and kind of like repeats everything that you said there. And she's like, and I can represent the government.
Take it, just take it. Don't argue against it.
She's like, yes, I don't know why I didn't think of this before. This is perfect.
Oh, jeez.
You're buttering her up so good. I think you might have.
She's like, how did I not think of there being a representative of the crown here? And Roslin just straight up turns around and storms off.
Wow, that's all one expert mind you.
Fergus doesn't say anything, but he just like hangs his head.
Yeah,
like Bridget is like, she's not mad, she's just disappointed. She just kind of like throws her hands up like briefly and then turns and like goes to like climb up the watchtower.
And all great minds truly do think alike. I'm excited to see how it turns out.
Poor Auric.
Auric over there.
And I was like, yes,
now I have
me too.
to make six more people.
Excellent. I look forward to our continued partnership.
Instead of one person, he has to make 6.
6 people.
Yeah, he kind of like, you look up and Auric like literally has his hands on his forehead and he's like,
you might need a little bit
young
more
Master Baheer, you know that this is going to slow down my work on your watchtower, right?
It'll be worth it. Listen, forts come and go, commemorative statues stay forever.
He just keeps holding his head for a moment. Then he's like, well, this does mean that I'm gonna have to rebill my parts and labor. He kind of shrugs and he's like, sorry. And like Fergus is just like, yeah, like kind of turns the head off towards the manor.
So now, is this statue to be and Donella?
Oh
yes.
Before we all leave, have you seen Alondite running down the street yelling heresy and wearing the naked witch at all?
Let's see if they did hear it or not.
Nope.
Nope. Bella says, "No, I'm sorry. We were caught up in that highly unpleasant business. Thank you so much for mediating in such a positive outcome."
Oh, you're so welcome.
She's like, yes. Fergus will take care of the details with you, Oric. I am going to go and inform the criers to spread the good word. Goes like sashaying off into the town.
Do you need us to like pose or something, Oric, or you got it?
Sachet enchanté.
What was your question, Rocket? Sorry.
I said, do you need us to compose or something, Oric, or do you got it?
Like, my brother's the artist. I'm the artisan. I'll have him organize something with you.
Sounds good.
Now this could probably help.
Strut off. Glad I accomplished something today.
Yeah, as you walk away, like if you kind of look over your shoulder, he's just like sitting on the plinth, which is also way too small for the statue that you guys now need made. And he's just like sitting there with his like elbows on his knees, like
Tear down this, start from scratch.
Well, and he, like, according to his faith, he can't do any more work for another like day and a half still. So.
I'm so glad it worked out.
Everything is just coming up us, guys.
We got Druge Harbor. We're going to be in the commemorative statue in the front of the town. Everyone's going to know our names.
We have a fort.
Yep.
You know what? We might as well own Capstone at this point.
A couple more of them diplomacy rolls, and we can oust Danella. The way she was talking to you, it sounds like you've just about got her right where you want her.
Who needs a fort when you can have a town with 2 forts?
5, though, right? Like, potentially.
Hilarious. Okay.
I love that the dice worked for me.
Yes.
Only on the important stuff.
I think my headset just died.
So I have like one kind of last scene that I want to hit, which well, I guess 2 if you include the funeral service. But like, usually we try and kind of shoot to be done in no more than a half an hour from now. I don't see it taking a ton longer than that, but would folks be down to go till maybe quarter after or so if we need to, just to kind of wrap things up so we can actually be done in town?
Good.
That sounds good to me.
Sure.
What was that, Amras?
So I'm good if everyone else is.
Okay. Yeah, and part of the reason I asked too is I super need to go to the bathroom. I'm definitely not going to make it through 2 more like me heavy scenes and like 30 to 45 more minutes worth of stuff without going to the bathroom real quick.
Same here.
Okay. And then I think we can just the things, right? Like how did presumably Alondite for the next day and a half's worth of time or whatever that you're going to have, presumably Alondite's going to want to spend some time with Minna, and you guys still need to sell that cat pelt and some of that kind of stuff. I think we can kind of like deal with off screen.
No, I have new goals.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, this isn't even going to be a 5-minute break. This is going to be just like a 2 or 3 minute break. I just need to go to the bathroom real quick and put my dishes away. Oh, amazing. Yeah. Both the scene in the church and also at the statue. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, this will be a super quick AFK. Did Alondite commit himself to some quiet reflection?
Kind of like huddled in a ball, like, where's the shadow people? Where's the shadow people? Where's the shadow people?
It's spreading. Rubato somewhere is like, someone else believes.
So as you're sitting there doing that, Roslin comes, kind of like clanking into the garden, and she's calls out like pretty loudly. She's like, "Alondite!" And she kind of like, "Alondite."
Like snap to and do the whole setting up straight 10-4.
Like, good man. Sorry to interrupt. We are running low on time, obviously, before the construction of our forts, and there's an issue at hand that I need to pursue with you and the other fort commanders with Lady Donella before everything is finalized.
Yes.
She's like, do you need to finish your meditations, or can you come with me?
No, I can come.
Okay. Like, excellent. And just kind of like turns on her heel and starts walking that way with you. Oh, building.
Baheer just misses them and gets to the church. Oh, Alondite, where? At? Whew. All day long.
That's true. Well, you didn't describe your morning run earlier, so I guess this is your run.
Yeah.
But yeah, they would have gone straight down from the church, so they like, because that's the most that's the closest route, so they would have missed you.
Yeah,
like they would have gone that path.
Gosh dang it. You really did it, because that's probably also the direction kind of to get over to what's her name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's what's her name?
Minna.
Oh, sort of, yeah. Yeah, you've essentially, if you follow them in that direction, you will have done more or less a clockwise lap around town. Or at least kind of the inner circle of town, I guess, whatever you want to call that.
I'll start going, and then as I pass our frequent tavern, I'm like, oh, what the hell? And I'll go inside.
Like, this
I'm
is
sure
bullshit.
it's
I need
fine.
a drink.
Yeah.
I give up.
Okay, we're not going to actually use the internals of that building because it's not exactly probably as it should be. All right, so I'll just, the two of you go inside. You walk inside to Donella's kind of like receiving room. She's like sitting at her desk writing something like on some parchment with a quill, and kind of like she's like humming and whistling to herself a little bit and kind of like kicking her feet under the table, and like looks very happy. She looks up and sees the two of you, and she's like, "Oh, Roslin, I understand that you feel strongly about," and Roslin just kind of like shushes her, and she's like, "Oh no, I'm over that. I came here to talk to you about something far more important. I was hoping that the other commanders would be here. That's okay. That's okay. You can follow up with them later. As you know, our various construction crews and caravans and whatnot are preparing to set out to work on the construction of the frontier forts. And, as I'm sure you're aware, Shoot, I scrolled my notes out of the right area. Sorry. Loading. There it is. And as you know, Fort Gareth is the most precariously placed of the three forts, being northeast of town and Mount Capstone. And I'm here to petition you for to increase the size of my garrison in order to support the more dangerous position that I find myself placed in. And as a paladin of Minna, I'm sure that Alondite supports my claim.
Bro. What up?
Excuse me, sorry, what?
Oops. Like, well, yes, clearly, being in the most dangerous position, like the garrison at my fort is in the most danger, and we need extra reinforcements as a result. Oh, what was that?
Oh,
Sorry, that was weird. The screen just went totally blank for a second.
Yeah, it did.
Yes, it did.
So, in character, did you actually say, "I'm sorry"? What?
Yeah.
So she like spins to you and lock eyes with you, and she's like, "I'm sure, as a fellow paladin of Minna, that Alondite will support my claim in this."
A claim to be just, fair, and honest and true, and to be no higher or lesser than anyone else.
I claim to be higher than anyone else. I claim to be in more danger than anyone else. Like smiling, but she's gritting her teeth.
I'm sorry, I have no idea what I'm being brought forward to, as we were, as the soldiers on the front lines, we're all in danger, commander or no. We know what we put our lines on the life for. Respectfully, sir, ma'am. Pride or no.
To interject for a second, where is her fort located? Or going to be located, I suppose.
I'm showing the map on screen, or the zoomed in map on screen. Her fort is like northeast of Mount Capstone or Capstone Peak. So like both geographically the furthest, and also in like some of the more dangerous terrain. Like kind of sort of near the ruins of Old Capstone, but not, it's not like it's not connected with ruins or anything. It's like if the ruins are at about like 2:30 or 3 o'clock, if you will, going around Capstone Peak, like her fort will be more at like 1 o'clock and probably a bit further away from the
mountain. Should have done more searching to find a better spot. Also, I'm pretty sure we saw a lot more orcs down in the southeast. I'm just saying.
And in this whole introduction, I like
she was assigned that area. She did not get to choose that.
Right, I know. I just wanted to get clarification to try to decide on myself if it really did sound like it was the most dangerous area necessarily or not.
It's probably the middle most dangerous. You guys, this is probably the safest.
Like, as a sign of respect, I like saying, as a paladin, I choose to protect, not for honor or glory, and it should be an oath for all, not depending on stature or hierarchy. We do this to protect, and I like kneel down in like submission, like, sir, respectfully. We as paladins should not be seeking glory in statues.
You don't know about the statue thing.
No, he doesn't, which is why that's amazing.
and glory and title in whichever is being sought after.
She still, like I said, kind of like trying to maintain a smile towards Donella, but like I said, also kind of gritting her teeth towards you. And she's like, I'm not seeking glory. I'm seeking to live. And I want my men to live. And if we live, then we can protect Capstone.
Then what am I here for? What are you seeking of me to
You're here to support my claim.
A claim for what, sir?
My need for additional troops.
Absolutely, I support that claim.
I'm sorry, I'm still getting used to these headphones and various things. You said you do support the claim?
Absolutely, 100% support the claim. More troops.
A genuine smile breaks out across her face, and she was like, excellent, I knew you would. She turns towards Donella, and she's like, so as you can see, you know, those of us with military experience, you know, have agreed that this is a need that should be fulfilled. So while you're putting pen to paper, why don't you go ahead and write that down as well? And like I said, Donella, like when you guys came in, she was literally like bobbing her head back and forth and like singing and swinging her feet, which you don't know why, but and she looks a little bewildered because she expected Roslin to come in and yell at her about the statue, so she's just like happy to not have to deal with that, and you know, and also is like, oh, sure. Well, I mean, like, you know, one of the living heroes of Capstone agrees with this too. And so she's just like, you know, pretty much like la-di-da-di-da. So she like finishes writing out the like order that she needed to like change the statue commission. And then she like grabs another piece of parchment and starts writing out an order to, I don't know what the proper term would be, but to commission more troops for Fort Gareth as well.
Sorry for the confusion, my lady, ma'am, lord.
He places a hand on your shoulder and says, all is forgiven, good Alondite. And like kind of like clasps you on the shoulder and is like, I had faith, like heavy emphasis on it, like I had faith that I could count on you. And like locks eyes with you and like gives you one more smile and then kind of you know, kind of gives you like a little, like whatever you want to call that, kind of like confirmational shake, if you will, on the shoulder.
Cast detect evil now.
What's that?
Cast detect evil now.
And gives you one more smile and then turns and like kind of head thrown back, like, you know, chest forward, like kind of prances out of the lady's manor.
Hey, since I have granted you this favor, may you grant me one favor.
You stop her in her tracks as she's like prancing out of here.
I ask that you investigate this one location just with a simple detection. We are so close.
Oh no!
Oh my God.
You're still on the Alondite.
I scratch your back, you scratch mine. This is more than a hunch.
We need to find and have a chat with Alondite.
She kind of stops and like you see the smile like fall off of her face, and she's like,
You lose nothing by doing this.
she's just kind of like deer in headlights staring at you like, what are you talking about? And like Donella goes back to, and if you look over at the desk on the sheet where she was like rewriting the commission for the statue, she's like doodling like the statue design on it now too.
Thank you,
and she just kind of like waves her hand that has the quill in it and goes, yes, Roslin, you should do Alondite a favor. And she's just kind of like, it would be, and like the pasted on smile is back, and she's like, it would be my pleasure, my lady, and like gives like the smallest bow that she can get away with.
I still say the best thing about all this is that she's gonna go do detect evil, and there's gonna be nothing.
Angela's shop's gonna light up like a beacon. Minna's shop's fine. Angela's lights up.
All right, so she like comes walking out of the manor with you, and she's like, "What can I do for you?"
Down this alleyway, there is the location, a shop called Fortune's End. Inside that shop, there is a person, a suspected person of a specific type of witchcraft. All I ask is that you detect any sort of presence. I gaze Banat. I have verified suspicions against a friend of mine.
This is gonna be
who's
hilarious.
traumatized every day of shadow people. She's exposed herself to him.
Oh my god!
Suspected of naked witchcraft, heresy. I just asked that you act evil and
Make
investigate this
a
place.
check.
15 diplomacy is plus 2, yeah, 15.
Right? So, you guys are kind of like walking through the streets a little bit as you're kind of pleading your case to her. And finally she stops. She's like, that my priorities are like being shifted somewhat against my will out of town into Fort Gareth. So my tenure in command here is minimal. I can support your bid for an investigation there, but I don't understand, why don't you do it yourself?
I just need a voice to assist me. All I ask is for more claims against this. For one person to claim this, it is insanity. But for multiple paladins, it becomes an actual investigation.
She kind of crosses her arms and she's like, calling on me for a little reciprocation, I suppose. Go ahead and make another diplomacy check.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
Perfect.
It really is. Oh, it's horrible, but oh.
Womp, 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 womp.
She, like I said, she had kind of like stopped to entertain what you're saying a little bit longer, and she turns and starts walking again, kind of like, anticipating that you're going to start walking with her. Just look, Alondite, time is of the essence here, right? I know that my troops and construction crew and whatnot are planning on leaving after the funerary services, and I can only assume that yours are as well. Is this really something that you think is like deserving of our time right now? Can't we pass this on to William or I'm sure Bridget would just love to investigate.
They're not followers of the faith. They don't believe like you or I. They're
She like stops dead in her tracks. She's like, "How dare you? William absolutely is a paladin of the faith."
Bridget does not believe. And I've brought it to William and others of the faith, to Father Tobin. Who did I bring it to? Had his name. Father
Ambrose.
Ambrose, that's it. I don't think brother was
what are you rolling for? Sorry.
I'm not rolling for anything, I was just recalling names. I don't know why I thought Father Tobin.
Bridget stops, and her like normally kind of haughty, self-assured air, she kind of like looks you up and down and like leans in and puts a hand on your shoulder again, and she says, "Sir Alondite, are you well?"
I
am. At first you accuse William of not being faithful, and then you claim you make false accusations against Bridget as well. Nary the entire town knows that I'm no particular fan of Bridget's. But you know as well as I do that she is a worshiper of, she walks the way of peace.
She does not understand our ways like we do. Yes, they're followers, but they don't believe as intensely as we do. They're not gifted the ways we are. They don't follow as intensely. They can't detect the way we can. They don't devote themselves as intensely. Speaking on Bridget, not William.
Try one more diplomacy check. if you can save this.
Nope.
Ugh.
It wasn't a 1 at least.
No, it wasn't. But the way diplomacy works is if you fail by more than a certain amount, it worsens the person's attitude.
Oof.
So, what's the final result on that? 5?
5.
Okay. Well, the good news is when in the unfriendly category, you need a 15 to move it back up to indifferent, and you need, and the wording is important here, less than 5 to move the person into hostility. So you do not make her like outwardly hostile to what you're proposing, but she is still unfriendly towards the idea, so to speak. So, look, Alondite, I understand that you are newer to, well, really all of this. You're newer to the faith, you're newer to town, you're newer to responsibility, you're newer to knighthood. It can be a lot. But I am genuinely concerned about you. I'd like to escort you back to the church to give some spiritual healing or guidance, possibly from Father Ambrose or something. I'm concerned about it. She sounds genuine.
I'm not new to this. My father has had me in this for years. I'm just new to people not caring.
Oh no.
They're gonna institutionalize Alondite.
Choice of words.
Turns out the adventure's canceled because Alondite's in a padded cell.
Yep.
Bro just sold a lady who's like a saint at the moment from like something that she doesn't care enough.
Well, like I said, it's more that like because of how strangely he's acting, she doesn't think that it's like, she doesn't actually think that there's something going on that's a big deal. Are you like she's not forcing you, but just generally speaking, she's like walking through town, like kind of towards the church. Like, would you be just kind of absentmindedly walking with her?
While ranting and raving about Rubato and the Shadow People and the whole spiel about him being invaded at night and rinse repeat the whole breakdown.
Yes, keep bringing up the Shadow People. More people need to know.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get more information if it's not just me raving about it.
I think potentially Alondite's, day and a half or so off-screen time here is going to be spent getting healing and psychiatric care.
Yeah.
As fun as all of that is, like I said, the plan when we got up was to finish with the funerary service. So, are you okay with saying that? Alondite finds at least some form of peace with all of that over the course of the next day and a half or so. All right. Yeah, well, and I'll do a quick kind of recap narration of, the things that happened during the intervening time at the beginning of next session. But for the sake of trying to be at least close to the timeline that we had.
Yeah, we can pin that like a subnote if you want to.
Can pin that what?
Pin it as like a subnote if you want.
Well, yeah, I mean, each character, I'll spend 2 to 5 minutes quickly kind of describing what each character did during the intervening time that you have here. You guys can think about that between now and next session. And it can just be broad strokes, right? And we don't need by the hour or anything like that. All right, just for the sake of kind of flavor, on the 11th, it's rainy and dreary. There's a thunderstorm for a little while, and the moon is waning. The dark moon, what we would call the new moon, is on the 15th, so the moon is nearing its minimal luminescence. And then the 12th comes around, and there's kind of a temperature snap the other way, and the clouds are gone, and it's calm out now, but there's kind of a unseasonably warm day on the 12th, which is what leads us into the funerary services. So I can kind of narrate that this final scene.
As we gather up, I'll whisper to Scath-Bais, Scath-Bais, Rubato, guess what I did yesterday?
Oh, what'd you do?
What?
You see, like, while we're in the crowd, like, I assume it's by the, like, big rock thing, right? Where their names are at. Is where the thing is. I'll point behind and I'll be like, do you see that big piece of rock back there?
Yeah.
Behind the, like, memoriam thing?
Yeah.
That's gonna be us. What? It's gonna be us.
Have you been drinking today?
No.
Well, yes.
I convinced Donella. Bridget and Roslin were fighting over who it should be, and Donella wanted it to be Bridget. It's a whole thing. But I convinced Donella for it to be us and Donella, but mostly us, you know? So it's going to be us up there.
I'm going to be on a statue?
We're going to be a statue.
Is it lifelike or bigger?
I don't know.
Oh.
Man.
I'm leaving up the creative liberties to the people who are making it.
Got it. How'd you
I hope
manage?
they don't make me too tall.
How'd you manage that?
Well, I told them they couldn't decide who it should be, so I said, you know, Donella wants, you know, like living heroes to be up there, and Roslyn wants someone from the church to be up there, and Bridget just didn't want herself to be up there.
Do you know some form of magic that we're not aware of?
So I just gently suggested that they have a group of live heroes right here that has someone from the church and someone in the military.
I need to figure out how magic
graciously
works. It's confusing.
donated her likeliness to represent the government.
Sure you didn't use magic?
I just get people, Scath-Bais.
Just that beautiful silver tongue.
I just get people.
All right. So the afternoon of the 12th is waning on. We're getting close to evening time. What would each of your characters want to be doing during the funerary service?
I'd probably just be listening.
Well, so several different
Or is
faiths
it like
are
a-
performing services.
I'll just follow other people because I don't know anything about these other people.
Okay.
These other people's faiths.
What about Rubato?
I'd probably move around to the different funerary services. One, to just kind of show support. And two, maybe to learn a little bit about their different ways of doing it.
Okay.
Just because I don't know
probably
any
won't go
of
into great
them.
depth about each and every single one of them,
Right.
just for the sake of time and whatnot. But I'll describe a few of them to give some flavor to it.
Mhm.
What about Scath-Bais?
Are they in like completely separate regions?
Well, so they're different. So
Like,
the-
are they on separate areas of the fort, or are they going to be in one location?
no, they're not in the fort. They're so like the Church of Banah is like hosting the Vigil of the Fallen, like in the church garden, whereas the Stoneborn faith, the worshippers of Demgar, have like a funerary procession, so they'll be like moving about the town, and so it depends on each faith, but none of them necessarily are in. Because the forts are more or less secular, whereas like the faith-based funerary
It was
services-
more that I was wondering if it's going to be in the same location where we are at, or are they in separate like areas? Like, is there a place I could post up and listen in on all?
Not all of them. You could probably listen in on one / catch part of the funerary procession of the worshippers of Demgar.
Yeah, I'll just post myself up in a location where I can listen to the one and catch part of the procession.
Okay. Do you want to listen to Banaz?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what about Alondite? Like I said, assuming that he's had some time and some moral and spiritual support to come off of his psychosis, at least partly.
You know, when you're in a like medicated state, you're just like dazed out. It's gonna be like one of those. I'm gonna be like hopism.
So,
Opium.
So Baheer, would you go probably with Scath-Bais and Alondite then? We're gonna go with them, but it sounds like a few people are doing different things.
Yeah, I'd probably go with like Scath-Bais.
Okay. Okay. And Druge is going to be walking in the Stoneborn procession. So as the afternoon carries on and you guys start kind of heading to the various places around town where you're going to be going, you see a like kind of a long and pretty organized processional column of primarily dwarves, but not exclusively dwarves, who are like marching through the city and like kind of following that inner track, like where Baheer was chasing Alondite around through town the other day. So first they go through, like they do a loop around the inner track, and then when they get down by the docks, they do a loop around the outer track, and eventually that'll end in some crypts by the graveyard there by the mountain. Is kind of the like final goal, but it's completely silent. Is like how they observe this. So, you know, they all wear light clothing. They're barefoot. There's no like humming or chanting or like weeping or anything. So it's completely silent. Silent. They call their mourning the deep silence. So after 3 days of performing no work other than carving a stone tablet with the deceased's name on it and their deed, then they begin this procession and you know, make this version around. And so each person in the procession, one of these stone tablets that like represents the name and follower of Demgar who perished during the Battle of Capstone. So some of you, like Scath-Bais being local, you've seen this before.
Yeah, I'm watching from up on like art here.
Sure. You know, Alondite's been around Capstone. Well, I guess no, you were actually from another town and you came here in episode 1. So you've probably never seen this before. Baheer definitely hasn't seen this before, nor has Rubato. And like I said, Druge has actually participated in the procession. Like he has a tablet and is walking with.
We step forward and like kneel as they're going by.
A few of them like, you know, kind of close their eyes and like nod to acknowledge your presence. But like I said, nobody says anything. While that's going on, the at the Church of Banah, they're holding their rites of mourning, which is called the Vigil of the Fallen. And in the gardens, there is set up at the east end of the peace pool. There is a single empty chair there. We're not quite that ornate, but like it's nice. There's a single empty chair seated at the head of Peace Pool, and I don't know if any of you necessarily would know this, but just for the sake of flavor, I will tell the players, even if your characters don't know. But it's called the Silent Seat. And the empty chair is supposed to represent, kind of in duality, the absence of the person who's passed away, and also the presence of Minna sitting in the seat to witness the ceremony. Generally speaking, there would be an empty seat for each person who passed, but not really, given the circumstances. So there's just one for practical purposes. So the seat is set up, and it's not like a silent affair, but of course it's somber. So as people filter in, and much like when Roslin came here to do her thing, people do arrange themselves like outside the garden wall as well, and there are some people that are allowed up onto like the rampart walls as well, and then of course there's people like packed into the courtyard there. So as people, it seems like as many people who feasibly can gather have gathered, then begins the offering of candles. Normally there would be a period of sharing stories about the deceased, but again, a feasible thing to do. So the closest of kin for each person who passed can take like a really small like tea light kind of candle, and they get to light it and float it in the peaceful pool. As that's going on, slowly one by one, people are coming up. There's kind of murmured consolations, and of course some people are crying. Some people are just kind of stone faced. Then the church bell pulls, and Ambrose reads the name of somebody who's fallen, and all of the faithful, as the name is read, they like bow as the fallen's name is recited one final time. And so this goes on and on. Minutes pass, half an hour, approaching an hour, as one single toll of the bell for each person whose name is read aloud. And as they finally, over an hour later, like begin to reach the end of at least the known list of people, they stop, and as things are like kind of winding down, they're kind of going alphabetically, right? So you can kind of like tell they're getting to the end. One of the clerics like steps up and like presses a dove that they have clasped in their hand into Alondite's hands. they're like cradling its feet and kind of like held like palms. And as you look around, you see this happening. Not like not everyone is getting one, but especially paladins, clerics, like clergy people, and like kind of like a random scattering of people throughout the crowd are all doves. Do you accept it?
I do.
So as the final name is read, this portion of the ritual is called the Passage of the Spirit. The final name is read, the final toll of the bell sounds dong. And then in unison, everybody who has one of the doves releases it up into the sky. There's this huge fluttering of wings and, kind of a gentle rain of feathers as well, as these doves are released from several dozen people's hands. And then an honor guard of about a half a dozen men-at-arms and one of the paladins like take up positions around the pool. So like 2 on each sides and 1 on each short end. And they begin the final watch, which is an honor guard that stands watch at the pool of peace until the candles burn out. And slowly the crowd starts dispersing as the final watch. Yep. So a bit of a heavy end, but I felt it appropriate. It didn't seem right to just leave town without dealing with the fact that, like, 800 to 1,100 people died here. So thank you for sticking it out for a little bit of extra time tonight, so we could get through that. And also worth pointing out, just from a small meta standpoint, that those rites are happening concurrently. The dwarves are trying to hold their like silent vigil, their silent funerary march, while the church is like ringing their bell for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But so around town, the worshippers of the other deities are going through and delivering their own services, sermons. Worshippers of Umili and Lalabo and Snick and probably several other cults as well. There's probably a secular service somewhere also. So broadly speaking, the whole city is like in mourning this evening. There's a bit of a somber attitude hanging in the air. Whereas, of course, after the battle, there was a degree of jubilation and celebration and whatnot. The town, both individually and holistically, processing.
I do make it a point to find the gnomes as well, and sing an old Caladarm song in remembrance.
Yeah, absolutely. The gnomish like both the population and like the gnomish faith is not quite as organized here. It definitely exists, but it's not quite as organized. There's more of like a couple of smaller rites and rituals taking place throughout the city.
You talking about my height?
So
yes, I know there's not very many of us, so it's not as big or as flashy as some of the other rites going on right now, but I do make a point too.
Yeah, absolutely. You go down past the square that's south of the Church of Banah, right? Like down more into like this area. and find a small group of and it's not only gnomes, it is predominantly gnomes, but there are a couple of humans. There's a dwarf or two. There's a couple of halflings, but predominantly gnome, gathered at kind of the southern end of this square, performing their rituals and singing, but somber, but like and going through that process. So yeah, you join them and start the song in Old Calodarum. And as you're doing that, the funerary march of the Stoneborn is making its way down that road. Sweetie, if you want a camera over by the graveyard. Yeah, it is kind of nice actually with the pings. They also, if it's not within your screen, then it shows like arrow, like ping, over here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're you can zoom out a little bit, rotate it. A little bit more so you can see the road in the bottom. You could zoom out your focal point a little bit, or do that as well. So yeah, the procession of the Stoneborn like makes its way down this road, and then next to the like human graveyard here, like in the foot of the mountain, there's a like entrance, a small cave system where the like crypts of the worshippers of Damgar are found. So they make their way down this road, and like into the crypts as the gnomes and other worshippers of La Lobo are performing. And things slowly fade to black. So we'll pick up next time. Like I said, we'll do a quick recap of what all you guys did during the kind of day and a half between where we left off and the funerary rites, and then we can kind of get into role play at the tavern again, or whatever the night before you guys leave to finish up any last minute whatever's that you want to do, and then we're off.
We can all meet in Baheer's in room.
Yes. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. We got through a ton of scenes tonight. So thank you for both for creating good scenes, but also for not over lingering. I think we did a pretty good job of pacing and getting through. I don't even know. I'm curious actually to see in the video, but quite a few roleplay scenes there.
A lot of shenanigans, yes.
Yeah. That was glorious. Yes. Yeah. Somehow we have re-befriended Minna, gotten a huge statue of ourselves erected.
I can't believe we're getting statues. Way to go, Baheer.
So good.
Narrowly saved Alondite from being institutionalized. Had a few people get some wonderfully cryptic fortunes told. I'm sure a couple of other things I'm not thinking of, but that was awesome. Thank you guys. Tonight was an absolute blast. Thank you for putting in a lot of work to get back into character after a long break and making some great scenes. Sleep well, and we'll see you on the. I say it was 15th? No, not 15th. 22nd.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
See you then. Hey guys.
Good night.
Hey.
Oh, that was awesome. I was not expecting the Minna scenes. So the fact that we got through all of the scenes that I had planned and like 2 or 3 extra Minna scenes, only about a half an hour longer than we usually run, I'm really pleased with. Thank you again to all of our wonderful players for putting in for putting on such a great show and putting in so much work tonight. I'm looking forward to. It's been a lot of fun around town. I'm looking forward to getting out into the wilderness now for kind of a change of pace as well, and letting folks, role play with each other, hit up some random encounter charts, and dust off their armor, so to speak. Thank you all so much for being here. One last call out. If you're still here, if you had fun, if you're not already a follower, please consider putting a follow on the channel. That way you get notified when we're live. You can catch up with all of our previous sessions of D&D, even if you want to go all the way back to the very beginning, on youtube.com/HereThereBeMonsters.